Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Umineko Chapter 5. We've found 4 of the bodies. And it looks like we found a 5th in Genji, but the 6th body eludes us. There's blood on Kraus's bed sheets, but no Kraus. And returning to the guest house, there was blood on the sheets where we found the first 3 bodies, but alas, there's nothing left. Or first 4 bodies. There's no one there. There's just blood-stained sheets. Like someone came in and stole all the corpses after they got murdered. After people witnessed them, they stole the corpses. Who did that? Who knows? Guess we'll find out. Nice trick. Oh. Burn Castell is congratulating not Satoko, Lambda Delta for her nice trick in hiding these bodies. Look, it's magic, right? That Gapu's with Beato hid the corpses somewhere with magic. All of us moved together. You're trying to say everyone had alibis? Well, my question is, what is Kraus's alibi? Your reasoning goes like this, right? The 4 of them weren't actually dead. They were just playing dead. No. Then, when no one else was around, they hid somewhere. Alright, am I right? I mean, you don't intend to proclaim any of their deaths in red now, do you? Of course not. Unlike that dolt Beto, I don't give red out for free. In that case, I'll be glad to use the blue truth. I can think of many ways to work around something of this level. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, the obvious thing is Kraus moved the bodies. That's where he's been. How the blood got on his place, who knows? They might have collected it from elsewhere. They might actually have... no one's checked the first aid kits. I mean, they did say... Someone did mention needing a transfusion, or getting a transfusion to George, so I don't know if Japanese first aid kits have blood transfusion, or like blood in them, but they might have that. They're rich people. I mean, let's not put it past them. They have an on-staff dedicated doctor. I'm not going to put it past them to have blood lying around in the event someone needs a transfusion, but it seems unlikely. I mean, they could have just gotten it from one of the bodies or some shit. Like, it seems more likely that they killed someone and collected some blood and then sprayed it everywhere else. Like, who knows? Sure, go ahead. Blue truth time. Here's the first one I can think of. It's not blood, it's non-fungible juice, the next big thing. The victims aren't actually dead. Wait, that's not a good answer. I'm not sure I agree with that one, Burn Castell. Although, one of the victims not being dead could be true. Like, for example, Kraus may not be dead. If that's her blue truth, that one or more of the victims is not dead, I would agree with it. Victims aren't dead, they pretend to be dead and secretly hid themselves somewhere. After all, you haven't proclaimed anyone's deaths with red truth? Even though you've been shown their gaping wounds, you're still trying that one on principle as long as there's no red, right? I can appreciate that. She's like, you'd better be consistent. Show me that fucking truth or I'm gonna give you the most bullshit answers ever. It's like, yes, they're missing half their head, but they could have not been dead and pretending to be. Like, okay. Sure, it sounds like complete bullshit from the blue side / human side, but I mean, they need to make you use your red truth so they know the actual facts, right? Like, you may as well force them to use it on some silly you may as well force them to use red truth on a silly blue argument than use red truth to destroy one of your actual arguments, right? Because if this thing gets destroyed, which Berncastell's presumably expecting her to be like, nope, these 4 in this room were completely dead. Like, she's expecting that. But she wants to get the red truth out of her without expending anything of value. Because what you don't want is her to use a simple red truth to destroy one of your actual arguments. You want to get like all the things you've like defined axiomatically in your actual suggestion. You want to get those things cleared out and defined before you get there. Or get to proposing it, sorry. Don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie red truth. After all, I just have to deny it all at once at the end of the game at 2400 hours on October 5th. Ah, the witch's side has such big advantages. It'd be all over now if that stupid battler was my opponent, but you aren't like that, right, Bern? Bern? Of course. Daughter her to NP5. Nice, nice. Anyone could have thought of that silly move. I have more. Second one. Kraus carried the corpses off and hid them. You acted it out so that it looks like you've kidnapped Kraus and locked him up somewhere, but he might actually be free. Kraus has no alibi. Kraus hid their corpses. That's right. Not like I proclaimed Kraus was being confined with the red truth. You know how they say you gotta confuse your friends before you can confuse your enemies. So he lied to Natsuhi, making it seem like he'd been captured? We don't even know if the phone call or the contents of it were real. Any others? Third one. The corpses were different people in the first place. That one's also unlikely. I assume she's trying to fish red truths out with that one. There were substitute corpses that closely resembled the victims. George and the others were hiding from the beginning and later cleaned up those substitute corpses. These corpses were dead from the beginning, so they don't count towards the number of people on the island. Berncastel, I think Berncastel doesn't believe some of those, but is effectively just saying them to make sure she gets the information she needs out of Lambda Delta when she wants it. She's like, this isn't true, but she needs to shoot it down, otherwise I win. Basically just giving her a threat that she has to deal with in some way, shape, or form. Seems like a good plan to me, even if you know that it's going to get shot down, it gives you more information when they shoot it down, because they have to use absolute truth with it. Unless they can cut them all off with like a single argument that reveals only a little bit. Basically, you're like forcing them to try to work their minds around an answer that could do that. Alright, we got some of our usual Lambda Delta. That's messed up. What? So even though all those people gathered around and saw their dead faces, none of them realized they were substitute corpses. Well, it's an alright argument from Berncastel to force out red truth. Since you haven't used the red truth, there's a possibility everyone misidentified all the corpses. It's like, you haven't used the red truth, so it's possible. It's like you see 10 decapitated heads, or 10 severed heads, and you're just like, it's possible those aren't the heads of anyone here on the island. It's like, you gotta be coping hard to actually believe it, but it's an okay argument from the point of view of the game. If you feel like repeating no one would misidentify a person, I'll withdraw that claim immediately, okay? No way! I'm not falling for that! Lambda Delta is so fun. I'm not falling for that. The red truth's only useful if you use it with flash, right?
たくさんの青き真実の中からたった一つだけを選び赤で叩き切る。
I'll take a single truth out of a large pile of blue and smash it with red.
そしてその他すべての青き真実はそれが正しかったのかどうかも明かされないまま闇に葬られて消える。
Is Bernie Sanders the kind of person who would use the blue truths? Or is he the ones that present you with red? Is he someone who presents you with red truth? So then the rest of the blue truths will be swallowed up by the darkness before you can find out whether they were right or wrong. Yep, just take a single truth out of the pile of blue and smash it with the red. Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan, Lambda. Use the blue truths that you think are easy to give up and use them as weapons to smash with the red. Use the red.
その闇こそ魔女の世界。
That darkness is the world of witches.
あんたに与えられる真実なんて何も存在しない。
Won't be given any truth at all. Red truth is a Matrix reference? No, they actually speak in red. Whenever someone's saying something that's absolutely true, they have the ability to make their words, the color of their text, become red. And they can only say things that are absolutely true. So if they try to say something that's not absolutely true, they just magically can't say it. Which is extra funny because you can find out new things by saying things you think are true, but don't know are false. Yes. We also had the protagonist of the game declared as incompetent in red text, which is amazing. Like, just imagine. It's like, alright, so we're defining red text as absolute truth, like the word of God, you know, story writer telling you this is exactly how things are in this world. Okay. Battler, you're incompetent. It's like, Battler's incompetent. That statement was stated. The good news is competence is related to skill, and that was at the start of the series. So theoretically he could be competent now, and that red truth would not have been wrong. Because it was about Meta Battler, and Meta Battler is becoming more competent. That darkness is the world of witches. You won't be given any truth at all. This girl acts like she's stupid, but she's not bad at all. She'll never rise to provocation. And it looks like she understands the darkness of magic even better than the true Game Master, Beato. And apparently, Gop also understood that well. The move of hiding the corpses. It was pretty effective for both Lambda and Beato. In any event, I've thought up a full 3 theories about the disappearing corpses. 3 blue wedges for a single riddle. It doesn't mean she can just deny one of the 3 unless she eliminates all 3 wedges. This riddle has been defeated. It's the ironclad rule of witch hunting. A single wedge isn't nearly enough. Week 1 of Dragonflight, already Lore Master. I mean, unless they forcibly time gate quests, I assume that would happen. Only vampires die from a single stick. Compared to witches, vampires are weak. 3 witches don't die unless you stab them all over with stakes, right? It's the same with assassins, isn't it? It's only in Japanese manga you see assassins kill their targets with a single perfect shot. I don't know, JFK died in 1 shot. Real assassins empty out an entire magazine's worth of bullets. Actually, that's true. I'm pretty sure there were a couple other people shot there. That's how you do things, right? Of course, it's the same for me.
赤一つで一刀両断にしてくるでしょうね。
But it's this girl we're talking about. She might slice it all in two with a single swipe of the red.
彼らの死亡宣言とクラウスの無実。
By simply letting off a few quick lines confirming their deaths and Kraus's innocence with the red.
この辺をちょいちょいと赤で語るだ
She
け
can
で
remove all three of my
私の
wedges.
くさびは3本とも抜けてしまう。まあそれでいいんだけどね。
Well, that's
赤
okay.
き真実が出てきたらそれに合わせて再び青きくさびでめった刺しにしてやるだけのこ
When
と。
the red truth does come out, I just need to follow along with it and stab her full of blue wedges yet again. Yep, that's right. We're just gonna stuff her full of blue
それが魔女のゲーム
wedges.
の進め
Yeah,
方。
wedges. That's how a game of wishes plays out.
ああ楽しい。バトラのまどろっこしい戦いにずっとイライラしてきたから本当に楽しい。
Battler's sluggish battles always piss me off, so I'm loving
え
it.
え、
I
分かってる
understand,
わ
Lambda.
ラムダ。こんなの第一の番の最初の最初。
This first Twilight is just the beginning of the beginning.
前哨戦でしょ。
It's a skirmish, right?
そうでなくっちゃ。
I wouldn't have it any other way.
あんたをボロボロに負けさせて悔し泣きさせて床を這いつくばらせてかきむしらせて
Make you lose pathetically and cry out in regret as you crawl and scratch at the
その
floor.
可愛らしい髪の毛を掴んで床になすりつけながら笑い転げる楽しみが薄れちゃうもの。
Almost forgotten the pleasure of grabbing that cute hair of yours and wiping the floor with it as I roll around laughing. Aren't these witches wonderful? At least they're coming up with some creative dialogue to supplement their relatively rapid progress through the story. They're not fucking around either. They're just like, I make X move, I make Y move. You know the it's like when you watch people play a chess opening. They just like play the opening moves really quickly, and then once they get into mid game, they actually start making decisions. I feel like that's where it's going, where the story is taking more time than the actual plays Burn Castell and Lambda Delta are making. The servant waiting room in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's corpse, which had been covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch black hole appeared. Captivating legs sprouted out and floated downwards.
ごめんね、ゲン
She dropped into the room, legs first. Wearing that dress. Alright. Well, if Genji was alive, he might have been alive to appreciate that. As Gop's outfit is, hold up, let's see. Yeah, that's Gop's outfit. Yep. Alright.
そこでゆっくり永眠してたいだろうけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。
Alright, Genji. You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep right there. But that's not going to be possible.
後ろ宮家の最後の当主、夏日に死してなお奉公するために、こ
Please,
こから消えてちょうだい。
disappear from this place. You may serve Natsuhi, the final head of the Yoshiromiya family, even after death. Gop stripped off the blanket as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully, and then she stared at the deep wound in his neck.
見事な切り口じゃない。
A nice
ま
cut.
さに一刀で切ったのね。
Must have been made with a
こん
single
な真
slice.
似ができるやつが権限しているの。
Is anyone who's capable of this manifested yet?
いやね、
Not good.
これが可能な心当たりのあるやつに、ろくなやつがいないわ。
Not good. I can't think of anyone decent who might be capable of this. Hello, Gop. You're one of the 72 demons. 72 demon gods. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Anyone decent capable of this? Like, you're like what? 33? 33rd most powerful demon. Come on. It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own ability. The great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th person. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Ronove and me. A pitch black hole opened on the bed and Genji disappeared as though the bed had been swallowed up. Just like the four in the guest house, Genji's corpse was also hidden in some unknown place. It was a place no one could find, located neither within this world nor the next. Sure it was. We haven't actually found any of the bodies that were hidden most of the time, but still. Sure it was. No longer would anyone be able to find their corpse. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their deaths. They carried Genji's corpse to this place of endless silence, where it would never be disturbed.
死体がなければ行方不明。
When there's no corpse, a person goes missing.
行方不明扱いとは犯人と疑われ、
When a
同時に
person's
犠牲
missing.
者とも疑われる。
When a person's
まさに
missing
猫
people's...
箱の
Oh,
中
oh,
身
she's
そ
still
のも
going.
の。
Okay, okay. When a person's missing, people both suspect they might be the culprit and suspect they might be victims, truly like the inside of a cat box.
開かれることの決してない猫箱の中の暗闇こそ、我ら悪魔と魔女の住処。
The darkness inside of cat boxes that will never be opened is where we demons and witches reside.
言って遅かったわね、名探偵さん。
You're a bit too slow, Miss Great Detective. Gop licked her lips and gulped.
どうしてガープ様は死体を隠して回るのかしら。
Wonder if Gop's Sama's going around hiding corpses.
知らない。
I
で
don't
も
know.
ガープ様ってなんかかっこいいよ
Gop Sama is pretty cool.
ね。なんていうのか惚れる
She's just so awesome. Asmodeus, what are you doing here?
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。見張りはどうしたの？
Don't be stupid. Well, what happened to standing
人
guard?
間たちがゲストハウスから戻ってくるわよ。
The humans are returning from the
ガ
guest
ープ
house.
様。
Gop-sama,
ええ、退散するわよ。
let's disperse.
これで、なんとか夏日に逃げ道を
This
作
should be
れた
enough
は
to
ず。
give Natsuhi a way out. So are we gonna get Are we gonna get another of the demon gods? Are we gonna get Barbados? I could really use some pages. Wait, did Barbados drop pages? I can't remember what he dropped. It's been a while. I thought Barbados dropped pages. Gop jumped into a pitch black hole that opened near her feet. Mammon said, "I'm going in too," and jumped in. Followed by Asmo, who said, me too, and hopped in giggling. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed.
煉獄の七姉妹ともあろうものが、子供みたい。
And you call yourselves members of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. How childish. I like Satan's face here. Satan's looking good here. This is probably the cutest we've seen Satan look in this entire series.
バカみたい。
So stupid. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, then turned into gold butterflies and disappeared.
ガープが5人の死体を無事に移動させたようです。
It seems Gop succeeded in moving the 5 corpses.
ご苦労であった。
Well done.
しかし、次が厄介であるぞ。
However, the next part is tricky.
現時の死体の消失に多少は驚くでしょうが、
They'll probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's
彼ら
corpse.
の次の関心は再び金蔵の書斎に向くで
Their
しょう。
interest, it will most likely swing back to Kinzo's study after that.
書斎の鍵は2本。
There are 2 keys
夏
to
日
the
が
study.
すべて所持していて幸運であったな
It's。fortunate that Natsuhi is in possession of both.
もし、現時に1本を預けたままであったなら、それは今頃、ラムダデルタ教の手に落ちていたであろう。
If she'd left one with Genji, it probably would have fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now.
どうやらラムダデルタ教は金蔵の死を隠すつもりはさらさらないようですな。
It seems Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinzo's death. And?
お嬢様が築き上げてきた堀も塔も城壁もすべて見捨てて戦われるつもりのようだ。
Yeah, apparently she plans to fight while ignoring the moat, towers, and ramparts you have created. And? What about it?
おかしな三角対決になったものよ。
It's become a rather strange triangular confrontation. I mean, I think Lambda Delta is trying to put forth a good game.
我らはそれぞれが敵であり、時に意図せずして連携しておる。
We're all each other's enemies, but we'll sometimes join forces without notice.
三つどもえが2対1になったかと思えば、逆に1対2にもなる。
In a three-way fight, when you think it's 2 against 1, it suddenly becomes 1 against 2, and it just switches sides like that all the time, which is why three-way fights or three-way conflicts get annoying.
ほらあれだ。
That's what it's like.
中国のバトルロイヤル。
That Chinese battle royale.
三国志とやらに似てるとは思わんか?
Don't you like it? Don't you think it's like that Records of the Three Kingdoms thing? A little bit, yeah, maybe.
天下三分の
Less
計です
exciting.
な。
Ah, the Longjong plan.
お嬢様にしては随分と高尚な例えですよ。
A sophisticated analogy to hear coming from you. I think it's an interesting thought if you want to think of three-way battles going back to the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Not a bad idea.
三国志っ
It's a
て
classic,
三
right?
つ国があったではないか。
There were three main empires in the Records of the Three Kingdoms, weren't there?
義と呉と蜀だったか?
Wei, Wu, and Shu, right?
まるでわらわたちであるな。
Sounds like just like us.
はて、最後に勝ったのはどの国であっ
Which
たか?
empire went out in the end? I'm curious what that was in Japanese. Can I not? Oh, I may not be able to change language here. I can't change language in this version of the mod. Interesting. Oh, I might not have installed the language mod because I know it's not supported in this. In Chiru, the Japanese language isn't supported. You have to install it extra. Right. Never mind. Which empire went out in the end? Who knows?
最後に統一したのは秦です。
Power that gained control in the end was the Jin dynasty.
お嬢様のおっしゃられる三国はすべて滅びました。
Three empires you mentioned were all destroyed.
ほう、
Oh,
これ
oh.
は知らなかった。
I didn't know that. A bit awkward, isn't it? You're like, who won in this three-way conflict? And he's like, none of them did. They all
てっ
lost.
きり三国のどれかが勝者になったとばかり。
I thought one of the three empires won.
義が圧倒的に優勢だったのではないか?
Didn't the Wei have overwhelming advantage? I wanted to
帝
see
を
what
腹心に奪われ、国を乗っ取られて滅びました。
I wanted to see what they were using in Japanese for the names of the empires, because they're not using Wei, Wu, and Shu. So I was curious what they are in Japanese, but I can't see the language. I can't change language right now. They had the position of emperor stolen from them, and their empire was subjugated and destroyed. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited in as advisors, eventually gained central control in a power struggle and took over the country.
参謀として招き、
So they were invited in as advisors.
乗っ取られるか。
They seized control. Very interesting.
面白いぞ。ラムダデルタ共鳴。
That Lady Lambda Delta invited in as an advisor or assistant and suddenly takes control. That's curious. A curious allegory.
失礼いたします。
Pardon?
人間たちは使用人控室にて現時の死体消失を確認。
Humans have confirmed the disappearance of Genji's corpse in the servant waiting
ゴー
room.
ルドスミス教の書斎に移動を開始しました。
They're moving on towards Goldsmith's study.
リーチェ、来るわ
Riche.
よ。
They're coming.
来るがいい。
Let them come.
人間どもに。絶対と奇跡の魔女どもめ。
The witches of certainty and miracle. If this is a three-way fight, we've got humans, witches, and what should we be called? Pieces? If the thing we're protecting for the time being is Kinzo's
我ら
phantom,
は幻
are we phantoms then?
か。
I guess they're a specific group of phantoms, so they can't just be they're a specific group of pieces, so they can't be pieces. Phantoms works better. All right. Does that make them the Phantom Menace? Classic. Classic. Wait, is that late 90s or early 2000s Star Wars film? I don't actually know what year that came out in right now. I thought it was like 99 or something. The Phantom Menace. Phantom Menace, 1999. Ah, I got it right.
夏日です。
Awesome. My random, useless Star Wars trivia comes in handy once again. Father, it's Natsuhi.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
そんなので起きるわけないでしょ。
There's no way I'll wake up if you do that.
お父様、エヴァです。
Father, it's Ava. It's
起き
Ava.
てください。
Please wake up.
大変です。
It's an emergency. Ava pushed Natsuhi aside and knocked repeatedly with all her strength.
お静かに。
Quiet
想
down.
像しいにも程があります。
You're being too boisterous.
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。
Is now really the time to be saying something like that?
電話にも出ず、ノックしても音沙汰はなしですか。
So he's not picking up the phone and he isn't responding to knocking
参り
either.
ましたね。
That's troublesome.
機嫌をまた損ねられているのかもしれま
He
せ
might
ん
be in a
が、
bad mood again.
金蔵さんは時にほんのわずかの変化であってもそれに吉祥を感じ、
Kinzo-san sometimes considers even the slightest change to be an
本
omen.
人以外には預かり知れぬ理由で機嫌を損ねたりします。
He gets into a bad mood for reasons only he can understand. Uh-huh.
そうですわね。
That's true.
こういうのは何も今日だけに限ったことじゃあ
Not
りませ
something
ん
that
もの
started
ね。
today.
じい様ってそこまで書斎に閉じこもっ
Is
てる
that really how badly grandfather wants to shut himself away in the study?
はい。
Yes.
1ヶ月以上も書斎を出られないことも珍しくはありませんので。
Not uncommon for him to stay in his study for more than a month at a time.
ここだけの話、勤めている私でさえ
Don't
時
tell
折
anyone, but even though I work here, I've never met Kinzo. He was hired like last year, right? Like after Kinzo died. So he'd never have met Kinzo.
親方様がいらっしゃられることを忘れることがあります。
I sometimes forget the master even lives here.
ゴーダ。
Go
使
ahead.
用人にあるまじき発言ですよ。
That's not the sort of thing a servant should be saying. I mean, he never comes out. He's dead.
失礼しました、
My apologies,
奥様。誠に失礼しました。
とにかく連絡が取れるのはまずいんとちゃうか。
Anyway, isn't it bad we can't get in
下手
contact
した
with
ら
him?
お父さん、事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
In the worst case,
No.
he might not even know there's been a crime, right? Right?
さあ、
I
どうでしょ
wonder.
う。
Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Cannon mumbled those words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰？
Who was the last person to meet father?
いつ？
And when?
私です。
It was me.
昨夜、
Last
ま
night.
たお父様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました。
Up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold, I was in father's study giving the daily report.
昨夜の23時頃ですね。
So around 2300 last night.
やむを得ね
No way around
え。
it.
ここを開こう。
Let's open her up.
なんですって？
What did you say?
ここは当主様の大切な書斎であり、研究室です。
This is the family head's precious study and research room.
許可なく犯すなど誰にも許されませんよ。
No one is permitted to trespass without permission, okay?
ここにいる最高序列者は誰？
Who here holds highest rank?
私よ。
Me, right?
後ろ宮家序列第3位のこの私。
I'm third in rank of the Ishiromiya
もし
family.
開けてお父様にお叱りを受けるなら、それもまた最高序列者の役割よ。
If we open it and get scolded by father, it's also the responsibility of the
緊
highest
急事
rank.
態につき、ここを開けるわ。
Because of the urgent circumstances, we'll open the door.
鍵あるんでしょ？開け
You
な
have a
さ
key,
い。
right? Open it.
ご存知とは思いますが、書斎の扉はマスターキーでは開きません。
I believe you know this, but the study door cannot be opened with the master key.
最近は源氏様からも鍵をお取り上げになられ、
The master has recently taken away Genshi-sama's key as
2
well.
本の鍵はすべて親方様
He
が
has
ご自
both
身で
keys
お
on
持
his
ちになっておられました。
Person.
ですので
Therefore,
この扉を開ける2本の鍵がすべて書斎の内側にあるってわ
the
けか。
both keys that open this door are inside the study.
密室。
A closed room.
グッと。
Yeah,
やっ
good.
と少し面白くなりました。
It's finally getting a little
これで
interesting.
書斎の中で金蔵さんが
It'd be pretty
ベ
neat
ッ
if
ド
Kinzo
で
was
首を切られて死んでいたら、
lying
な
on
か
the
なか
bed
面
with his
白いです
throat
ね。
cut. I like how Furuto Erika is like so into there being murders. She's like, oh, it'd be so good if he was fucking dead. Now it's one thing for me to say that, right? and be like, oh man, he's so dead, this is gonna be great, because, you know, it's a game. And I know that's Burn Castell's opinion, but can you imagine someone saying that in real life? There's like 5 dead and they're suspecting a 6th dead person to follow like this pattern killing. And she's like, oh my goodness, it would be so cool if we saw this guy dead. And she's like, it's like, you've never met this guy and you want to see him dead? Isn't this guy like all the people here is like father or grandfather? And you're like, it'd be pretty neat if he was lying on the bed with his throat cut. Like, wow, that's pretty insensitive.
不謹慎が過ぎますよ、エリカさん。
You're being far too indiscreet, Erika-san.
とにかく、お分かりの通り、この扉はお父様が持つ鍵でしか開きません。
Erika basically getting off whenever anyone says something's unknown. She's like, ooh, can I solve this riddle? Anyway, as you know, this door can only be opened by the keys that father has.
つまり、外からお父様に接触することは、殺人犯であっても不可能ということです。
That means anyone, even a murderer, would find it impossible to even touch father from its other room.
ですから、当主様が無事であるのは間違いありません。
Therefore, father must be okay.
だからって、お父様の安否を確かめなくていいって論法にはならないでしょ？
I mean, we shouldn't worry about confirming his safety.
あなた、尊敬するお父様の無事をそんなに確かめたくないの？
You're really so unconcerned for the safety of the father you love so much.
そういうわけでは。
That's not. The atmosphere, which had been agitated a second ago, suddenly went cold, and an eerie feeling filled the room as everyone stared at Natsuhi. They could understand why Natsuhi would protect the study under normal circumstances. People knew she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, a man she certainly respected, and she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. However, this was an extraordinary situation. A murder had occurred. Natsuhi's persistence in keeping things quiet for Kinzo, even in a situation like this, was hard to understand using common sense.
今、この島で起こっている殺人事件は、おそらく碑文をなぞる見立て殺人になると思われます。
There's a good chance the crime occurring on this island will turn out to be plotline murders mimicking the
事
epitaph.
件は続くものと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
Probably a good idea to assume the crimes will continue.
あの碑文を見立て殺人だとして見直すなら、さらに事件は続き、合
And if we
計で13人の命が奪われる計算になりま
If
す。
we view these as plotline murders, it will keep going until a total of 13 lives are taken.
13人という犠牲者がどれほどの人数か。
Do you have any concept of how many victims that would be?
おいおい、
Wait a
この
second.
島に何人いると思ってんだ。
How many people do you think are on this island? 18.
そのほとんどってことじゃねえ
Wouldn't
か
that。be almost everyone? Yes.
のんのん、違います。
You got it all wrong. No, no.
私の知る限り、ミステリー誌で最も死者が出る連続殺人は、
As far as I know, the mystery novel with the most dead people in a serial
犯
murder.
人も含めて全員が死亡したイギリスの某作品の10人です。
It was, and then there were none by Agatha Christie, which had 10 deaths.
日本ミステリー界では先生術師が探偵役を務めたあの作品かと。
And in the realm of Japanese mysteries, it's probably the Tokyo Zodiac Murders by Shimada Soji,
こっちは10人未満です
though
が
there were less than 10 deaths in that one. It's called the Zodiac Murders, and there was less than the Zodiac. There was less than one for all the Zodiacs? I guess that means they stopped the killer. Someone must have stopped the killer, because the Chinese Zodiac's what, like 12 animals? It's pretty big. I don't remember how many there are in the Zodiac. Erika's so excited to be in a mystery novel. You love this little rat.
知ってました？
Did you
こ
know?
のまま13人死ぬと世界ミステリー誌で最悪の快挙、最高の名誉。
If 13 people die, and it seems they will, it'll lead to the most infamous and famous development in the history of the mystery genre.
13人連続殺人事件が完成するんですよ。
Completion of a 13-person serial murder
そ
case,
れ
right?
どころかもしこの島の
And
全
if
員を
everyone on
殺
the
してし
island's
まったら
killed?
なんと世界最高の連続殺人ミステリーと日本最高の連続殺人ミステリーを足したよりも多
And
い。
make it a historical achievement in the world of serial murder mysteries. Imagine being on an island and you're like, wait a minute, we could be in the case of the greatest serial murderer of all time. We could be in the greatest serial murderer of all time's list of bodies. We could be in his body count. Isn't it amazing? And you're like, what? You're excited to be in what could be a world record in serial killing? Erika, why are you so damn excited for this? Like, why are you so excited to potentially be dying? It sounds so strange.
歴史的快挙の連続殺人ミステリーが起こってしまうことになるかも。
It'd have even more deaths than the longest murder mystery in the world and the longest in Japan put together, don't you see?
知ってました？皆
Didn't
様
you know?
方。
Everyone?
この事件の犯人。
Ryukishi calling this thing out, claiming it's the deadliest murder mystery novel. I see. Stroking your own ego. The culprit in this crime.
全世界全歴史のミステリーを塗り替えかねないとんでもない挑戦をしてるんですよ。
They're giving us an incredible challenge, one that might even surpass all the mysteries throughout the world and throughout history. I believe there are serial killers who've killed more than 12 people,
も
though.
ちろんそんなの皆様方はとっくに気づいてましたよね。
Of course, everyone realized that long ago, right? Right?
推理好きならミステリーの女王の作品は必読。
If you like mystery, after all, Christie's a
さ
must
ら
read.
に日本人なら新本格ミステリーくらいは読破してて当然です
And
か
if you're
ら。
Japanese, well, it's only natural you've read Shimada Soji's works all the way through. Well, alright then.
皆さん本当に読書足りてます？
Are you sure you've been reading enough, everyone? Okay. Don't know if we have anyone Japanese watching. Can you confirm that? You read Shimada Soji's works, all of them?
ダメだな。
It's useless.
へえ。
なら、お前もまだ読書が足りてねえぜ。
Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. You've only read murder mystery novels. You haven't read about actual serial killers?
何か私間違いを言いました。
Say something wrong? Erika, who'd been chatting away happily all by herself until a second ago, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant.
日本ミステリー界の話だが、
What you were saying about the Japanese mystery
新
genre?
本格よりも先に、新下作派の一人が別の作品を書き上げているぜ。
Sakaguchi Ongo's non-serial murders beats the Zodiac murders. Oh, beaten out on trivia by yourself? Of all people? That awkward moment when you beat yourself at your own trivia.
人数同じじゃないですか。
The number of people was the same in both, right?
記録はタイでも、読者に犯人探しをさせた作品だってことに注目すれば、こっちの方がよほど的確な例えだ。
The tie for the record, but non-serial murders was first published in 1947.
あんたくらい博識なら、単なる死体の数
The
だけじゃな
Zodiac
く、
murders was
作品の傾向を照
1981.
らし合わせてあげるべきじゃなかったのかい？
Damn, God. If you know so much about it, shouldn't you have mentioned non-serial murders first? What's this, pouty Erika? Erika glared at Battler with an expression that couldn't be fully described with the word shock. Take your defeat gracefully! Her arms shook as she stood there lost for words. Wait, is this Lambda Delta controlling Battler to roast Burn Castell because Lambda Delta won one?
何これダサい。超ウケる。
That's so totally lame.
まあ仕方ないわよね。
That's understandable.
新本格の方がミステリーとしての知名度は高いもんね。
The crimes in Zodiac took place in 1936, right?
新芸作派の中に推理物があったなんて。
You must have gotten her
うっかり見落とし
confused.
ちゃうわよね。
Right, right. Lambda Delta, I guess, pulling one over on Burn Castell. Nice. Lambda Delta kept on hitting the table, overcome with laughter. Even Burn Castell, who was struck with humiliation, snorted and started pounding the table, laughing in the same way. Well, at least she's being somewhat good-natured about that. It was a nice gotcha
面白い
moment.
面白い。
It's too good. It's too good. I think it's a good moment too. I can agree with them.
やるじゃないバトラのコマ。
Not bad, Peace Battler. Not bad. Oh, it wasn't either of them was Peace Battler.
そ
I see.
尊敬します。
I'm impressed.
バトラさんって結構読んでますね。
You must read a lot, don't you, Battler-san?
本読まねえよ。
I hardly read those at all.
嘘ばっかり。
Liar. You know,
博識じゃないですか。
quite a lot, don't you? It seems like he's lying. I mean, who the fuck remembers the year books were published in, honestly? You have to be really big into books if you want to know random book trivia like that.
本を読んでるなんてご大層なこと、俺にはとても言えやしねえぜ。
I'd never say something as arrogant as I'm a book
本を
reader.
読んでるってのはな、年にほんの100冊も読まないようなやつが。
I'm a book reader isn't something a person who doesn't even read 100 per year should say so lightly. I mean, when you make books this long, Ryukishi 07, how the fuck do you expect people to read 100 per year? Like, how long is this novel? 300 hours? It's shaping up to be around 280. 280 hours times 100. Let's do some quick math. 280 times 100? He wants 100 times that? Hours in a year, Google. $28,000 hours is approximately 3.19 calendar years. Not actually possible. You want this face to be the burn redeem face? The Erika redeem face? This weird pouty face, it is a bit strange. Yeah, 100 per year when Ryukishi writes books this long. Interesting. Even if you have the time, that is still 1.5 years in hours, not including bathroom breaks. So I'd say not that feasible. If you include the book that he's talking about here, this one. You mere piece.
とにかくやな、そんな大事件に発展させるわけにはいかんで。
Anyway, we can't let such a massive crime take place.
そうだな。
Right.
今は親父の安否を確認するのが最優先だ。
At any rate, checking Dad's safety is our first priority right
し
now.
かしどうする？
What should we do?
電話もノックも無視。鍵は内側。
He's ignoring the phone and our knocks. The keys are
これじゃ
inside.
お手上げだ。
There's nothing we can do.
この分厚い扉をぶち破るのか？
Are we supposed to knock this thick door down?
そいつは難儀な
It
話
won't
だ
be
ぜ。
easy. Although presumably you could read some really, really short books that are like 50 pages, and you could probably read them in like a day. That's probably what's happening. If you want to read 100 plus books per year, you're not reading 100 epic fantasy novels that are 600 to 800 pages each, because it's like basically impossible to read them in a day. I mean, it's possible to, it feels almost possible at sometimes, but I usually only do like 400 pages at most in a day. So we can't knock the door down.
ひょっとするとお父様は何者かに襲われて大怪我をしていて、誰かの助けを待っているのかもしれない。
And severely injured. Maybe he's waiting for someone to help
こ
him.
の非常時だもの。
It's an extraordinary circumstance.
お父様だって分かってくださるわ。
Even father will understand.
それで叱責があるようなら、私が甘んじて受けようじゃない。
If he has any rebukes, I'll be happy to take responsibility myself. And do you have, what would you need? Like a nice, like an angle grinder, a drill? What are you planning on using to get through this door?
しかし
I guess you could drill the lock if it's, because I believe these use despite looking old, I believe they said all the locks, all the locking mechanisms themselves are modern, so I guess you could drill the lock.
扉を破るなど
Breaking down a door would be
あまりに無礼な
rude. Yes, quite rude. That's what we care about. When they could be dead, we care about being rude.
窓は
What about the window?
そうです。
That's right.
窓です。
The window.
3階の窓まで届くはしごか何かはありませ
Is
ん
there a ladder somewhere that reaches as high as the third
窓
floor?
を破れば 中に入れるはずです。
We could probably get inside by smashing the window. Erika finally came back to her senses and her tone regained its decisive edge.
3階の窓なんて危険でございま
A
すよ。
third story window? You thought would be dangerous? Yeah, we're in a typhoon. Unless this is the opposite side that the wind is rushing at you on, it would be really risky, right? Climbing 3 floors in a typhoon.
やってみなけりゃわからねえさ。
But we won't know unless we
3階
try.
まで届くはしごはねえのか。
Is there a ladder around here that can reach 3 floors?
園芸倉庫のはしごにはそこまでの長さはないかと。
I don't think the ladder in the gardening shed is long enough.
ああ、ならボイラー室のはしごはどうですか？
What about the ladder in the boiler
以
room?
前雨どいの上に鳥が巣を作った時、それを使った覚えが。
I remember using it earlier when a bird made a nest on top of the rain gutter. Nice thinking, Goda.
ええ、あれなら届きますとも。間
That would
違いあり
reach,
ません。
without a doubt. He must have been extremely happy about thinking of something Kanon hadn't. Looking pleased with himself as though he'd won something, he glanced around at everyone. He was probably hoping Natsuhi would praise him, but she quickly avoided his gaze. Of course, Kanon had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret, he had intentionally pretended to have forgotten.
この天気ですし、風も強いです。
But with this weather and the strong
い
winds,
くらなんでも危険では。
isn't this just too dangerous?
同感だ。
I agree.
大怪我をしても明日までは病院にも
If
行けな
someone
いの
gets
ですぞ。
seriously injured, we can't go to a hospital until tomorrow, right? I would like to point out for anyone who's curious why these people are so disagreeable about this, even though it might be dangerous. Remember that Nanjo, Shannon, and Cannon, and Natsuhi are all trying to prevent people from getting into the room. So the doctor and this girl and Cannon and Natsuhi all are like, anything to keep people out of the room. Anything to keep people out of the room will fly. So if they're like, isn't this too dangerous? It's so scary. We'll never get in. Remember, they're intentionally trying to keep you from getting in.
中庭なら風の影響が少ないかもしれないわ。
The wind may not be as strong in the
とり
courtyard.
あえず様子を見てみる価値は
I
あ
think
る
it's
と
at
思う
least worth it to take a look.
いやー、しかし3階までとなるとなかなかにこれが大変。
Going up to the 3rd floor will be quite a
鳥の
challenge.
巣の片付けの時もほとんどの使用人たちが尻込みしてしまい、
Back when we had to clean up the bird's nest, most of the servants shrank away from the danger.
それをこの不祥豪だが大役を買って出て見事に果たしたのです。
Ah, I was half thinking, is he trying to push people away from it? No, he was just trying to brag. Okay. Most of the servants shrank away from the danger, and that's when I, your humble servant, took on a major role in spectacularly handling the situation.
よし、何の問題もないで。
Alright, then there's no problem.
何しろ届くはしごに。
Let's get our ladder that'll reach.
実績のある人間もいるんだし。
And it looks like someone here already has experience with this sort of thing.
はい。
Goda, you did just brag, saying you could do it. He's like, I got volunteered. It's like, dude, you volunteered by bragging that you'd done it before. Remember, this house is big enough. It has a courtyard in the center of it. So the courtyard was surrounded on all 4 sides. So while the rain was fierce, the winds had almost no effect. Fortunately, the ceiling jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't so bad.
よし、
Okay.
はしごを立てかけてみるか。
I mean, he did brag about having done it before, and to the rain gutters on the top of the 3rd floor, and now he just has to go to the window on the 3rd floor. That's actually less far. But he does have to do similar amounts of work, and it is in the rain instead of a clear sky, but at least he's not going as high, so the ladder isn't as extended as far. Theoretically, he's more likely to survive a fall, although it's still unlikely. You know, we're trying to help him out. Alright, try staying the ladder up. Be careful.
怪我すんなよ。
Don't hurt yourself. And for the love of God, Rudolph and someone else provide support for this ladder. Make sure it doesn't fall.
Oh.
Sure. Rudolph and Battler carried the special ladder, which was designed for work on high places. 2 umbrellas followed the pair. Shannon and Cannon were holding umbrellas and sheltering them from the rain.
俺たちは濡れても平気だぜ。
It doesn't matter if we get
ひさし
wet.
の下に戻ってな。
Go back under the eaves.
ゴーダさん、
Goda-san.
膝の調子は悪くてもはしごクレイは抑えられるだろ
Even if there's something wrong with your knees, you can at least hold the ladder down, right?
はいはいはい。ヒアルロンさんさえ十分ならはしごもスルスルなのですが、いや、
If
本
only you
当
had
に
enough
申し訳ない。
Kaluronan, going up a ladder would be no problem at all. I'm truly sorry. Who else is holding this ladder? Is it just Goda? And is Goda gonna be kicked in the back or something? Goda clambered forward to replace Shannon and Cannon. As she watched this, Kyrie giggled. Dad, hammer?
Oh,
Kill.
お前アスレチックは好きか
You love athletics, don't you?
アスレチックより日曜大工頑張るかっこいい親父が好きだぜ。
You love athletics, don't you? He's trying to get him to volunteer to climb, and he's like, not as much as I love my cool handyman dad. Yeah, my dad who loves climbing ladders. Yep. Expert ladder climber. You little brat.
やれやれたまには息子の前でいいとこ見せてみるか
Guess I gotta show this son of mine my good side once in a while.
マトラゴダさん
Adler,
は
got
し
it?
ごしっかり押さえててくれよ
Hold the ladder down
あと
tight.
ちゃんと上を見てろよ
Make sure you're looking up,
俺
okay?
が手を滑らせてこの金槌を落っことしちまうかもしれねえから
A
ね
hand might slip and you might have this hammer tumbling down on you.
安心しろよ。
Oh, don't
キャ
worry.
ッチして親父の頭をかち割ってやるぜ。
I'll catch it and smash your head in. After putting the hammer they'd gotten to smash the window in his pocket and cracking his knuckles, Rudolph started climbing.
ルドルフ様、大丈夫でしょうか？
Will Rudolph-sama be okay?
大丈夫よ。
He'll be
あの人
fine.
アクション映画向きだし、
That guy could totally be in an
そ
action
れに
movie.
スポーツだって得意なんだから。
Plus, sports are one of his strong points.
得意のスケートがはしご登りにどう役立つか聞かせてほしいぜ
I wish you'd tell me how my skating prowess is supposed to help me climb
俺
ladders.
はイナバウアー常に大ピンチとくら
I'm Ina Bauer. Always in a big pinch or some shit.
なんだかんだ死なないから大丈夫よ。
He'll manage to avoid dying. There's nothing to worry about.
それより
More
鎧戸
importantly,
が降りてなくて幸運だったわ。
we're really lucky the shutters aren't
お父
down.
様の書斎では夜鎧戸を下ろす習慣はないの？
Isn't it a common practice to lower the shutters to father's study for the night?
いえ、
Yes.
お部屋に入ることが許されている時には朝と夜に開け閉めをいたします。
I have a question. Where's Natsuhi right now? Like, there's a lot of people here. Where's the rest of the crew? Rudolph, competitive skater. I mean, he did say skating. I didn't realize he was a competitive skater, but here we are. That is true. Either that or he likes skateboarding. Either way. Interesting choice of hobbies. Yeah, where is the rest of everyone? I'm curious if Natsuhi's gonna fucking murder him from the room and make everyone think Kinzo did it. Or Natsuhi or Kraus is gonna murder from inside the room. That could be a thing that happens, right? We'll see how it goes. But does he get in the room? Yes, we're permitted to enter and exit. We open and close them in the morning and at night.
ただ、ここしばらくは不要とのことでしたので、開けっぱなしになっていたと思います。
I think it was decided that such a thing was unnecessary for the time being, so it was left open.
なるほど。
I see.
お父様はお怒りになるわよね。
Father will be pretty mad, won't he?
お休み中に息子が窓を割って入ってきたら。
His son smashes his window and comes in while he's sleeping?
それは
That's probably...
窓を割らずに済むといいわね。
It'd be wonderful if we didn't have to smash the window, don't you think? Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Natsuhi had ordered them to interfere as much as possible, but now that it had come to this, there's nothing the two of them could do. They tried to interfere by pretending they didn't know about a ladder that could reach up to the third floor window, but because of Goda's showing off, the ladder had been found. You mean because Goda's, for once, not being incompetent? That's not a bad thing, though it does thwart them. Rudolph carefully climbed the ladder. He'd reach the third floor window very soon, and as he did this, Shan and Cannon stared at him, looking uneasy. After this, what'll happen next? To the two of them, to Madam, to the Master. Very soon, Rudolph will reach the window.
この部屋の結界も もはやこれまでか。
So it's already the end for this room's barrier.
城壁を乗り越えようと兵がよじ登ってくるぞ。
The soldiers are scaling the ramparts, trying to reach the other side. Remember, neither of these people exist.
まさに落城は目前というところ。
The moment of surrender is truly right before our eyes.
私にいつでも消え去る覚悟はできておるぞ。
I'm prepared to be erased at any moment.
そうはいかぬ。
We can't let that
泥を
happen.
すすってでも生き延びてもらわねばならぬでな。
You have to remain alive, even if it means crawling through the
後
dirt.
のことは考える。
I'll think about what to do next.
今はここを逃
For
れ。
now, escape this place.
とはいえ、どうしたものか。
You say that, but what can I do? Well, he's gonna disappear. They don't have a body, so they'll just be like, where'd Kinzo go?
廊下には未だエヴァたちが陣取り、窓にはルドルフが迫って。
Ava and the rest are still camped out in the hallway, and Rudolph is approaching the window.
扉にも窓にも退路はないぞ。
There's no way of retreat through the door or the window.
ならばベッドの下に隠れ潜もある。
In that case, perhaps you could hide under the bed? Perhaps.
私には玉座にて待ち受けることさえ許
So
さ
I'm
れ
not even permitted the chance to wait for the enemy's arrival in my throne.
そなたの人生ならばそれも潔し。
You might have done that while you were still alive.
今のそなたはわらわと夏日に生かされる亡霊。
But now you're a ghost, Natsuhi and I brought to
亡
life.
霊は亡霊らしく、ベッドの下かクローゼットに潜むと。
Ghosts
相
should
場
do
が
as
決まっ
ghosts
て
do
お
best.
るわ。
They should hide under the bed or in a closet. Closet ghost, scary stuff.
その程度のことで奴らの目を欺けるのか。
Will something like that really deceive their eyes?
やれ
My,
や
my.
れ。
大丈
Don't
夫。
worry.
私がついてるわ。
I'll be with
最後
you
の瞬間には私
I'll
があ
let
ん
you
たを
escape
脱出させ
in the
る。
last moment.
危険だぞ。
It'll be dangerous for
悪
you.
魔とて半魔法の毒素に焼かれればただでは済むまい。
Even though you're a demon, you won't get away unscathed if you're burned by magic-resisting toxin.
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry about
それ
that.
に私、そのくらいやばくないと。
I need things to get
ド
that
キド
bad
キし
before
ないのよ。
my heart starts pumping. So they're gonna push the ladder?
頼もしいで
How
は
comforting.
分かった。
I understand.
私はベッド
I'll
の
hide
下に
under
隠
the
れ
bed.
よう。
They're prepared for him to come
お
into the
嬢
ring.
様、
Milady.
ルドルフがもうじき窓。
Rudolph will reach the window soon.
ガープ、気が変わった。わらわがここを守る。
I've changed my mind. I'll guard this place.
そなたはロノウェと身を隠せ。
Hide yourself along with Runaway.
なんですって。
What?
話が違います。
You got it
こ
backwards.
こはガープに任せ、お嬢様は避難されることになっていたはずです。
Didn't we plan to leave this place to Gop and have you retreat, milady? Though Ronove should have been used to her fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. It's also meaningless. Beato might have been a powerful queen, but she's also an important piece that mustn't be exposed to danger. Though she was strong, running to the front lines without a plan is not a praiseworthy move.
何の気まぐれ？
What kind of whim is this?
ただの気まぐれだ。
It's just a
そな
whim.
たに任せて紅茶をす
I'm
す
not
っ
so
てら
fond
れ
of
るほ
boredom,
ど
I can simply sip tea while
わらわは
leaving
退
everything to
屈
you.
を愛してはおらぬのでな。
More like Beatrice is represented here by the letters using Kinzo's letterhead, and if they seize it, she no longer exists.
早速暴れてみたくなっただけだ。
I just got the urge to jump into the struggle right away. That's what my thought is, at least. Gop is still Gop is still representing things being taken or things being moved, so people can still move and do things, so Beatrice would be the one who disappears because the letter writing is no longer possible.
わかったわ。
I
あ
understand.
なたのゲームだもの。
Your game after
あ
all.
なたの好きにするといいわ。
Do as you wish.
私は決した第一の番の死体が暴かれることがないようしっかり見張っていることにする。
I'll carefully watch over the corpses of the first Twilight that I erased, making sure nothing happens to them.
すまぬな。そなたの見せ場を奪って。
Sorry for stealing your time to shine.
よろしいのですか、お嬢様。
Is this really acceptable, milady?
わらわは目立つのが三度の飯より好きであることはそなたも知っておろうが。
You should know I like showing off even more than my 3 meals a day. Oh,
ガープの出番も食ってしまっただけだ。
Done nothing but gobble up Gop's
気にす
turn.
るでない。
Don't worry about it. Runaway and Gop both fell silent. The two of them had already noticed. Lady Burncastel, who used Furuto Erika as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. This fight would probably be terrifying as well. Beato couldn't expose Gop, her friend, to this danger. Beato bluffed and said that wasn't the case. But Runaway and Gop had already figured it out, and therefore, after conferring Beato's resolve one last time and seeing she is completely firm in her decision, they nodded in silence and accepted it.
わかったわ。
I
この
understand.
場はあなたに任す。
I leave this place to you.
応援してるわ。
I'm rooting for you.
気をつけて。
Take care.
うん。わらわの活躍を存分に見守るがよかろう。
Watch over my efforts to your heart's content.
おそらくベルンカステル卿は金蔵の不在を密室議論からカンパしてくるでしょう。
Lady Burncastel will probably start trying to expose Kinzo's absence with a closed room argument.
密室での戦いは本来ガープの方が得意とします。
Fights in a closed room are normally Gop's area of
クイーン
expertise.
は広い場所で戦ってこその支配者です。
Queens are commanders because they're best at fighting in wide open areas.
楽な戦いにはなりま
It
せん。
won't be an easy fight.
100も承知よ。
I'm aware of that.
わらわは今、夏
I
日に
currently
仕えておるのだ。
Natsuhi.
その夏日の危機をガープに任せて高みの見物では、わらわの筋も通らぬわ。
Watching Natsuhi's danger from above and letting Gop take care of it doesn't make sense to me.
かしこまりました。
Understood.
ごぶん。
I wish you luck in battle.
気をつけて。
Careful.
完全に密室にされたら、私たちも助けに入れないのよ。
If it becomes a complete closed room, we won't be able to come in and help you.
ちょいと鼻であしらい。やばくなったら金蔵をひっつかんで逃げ出すだけだ。
I'll laugh at them for a bit, and if things get bad, I'll just grab Kinzo and run for it.
簡単なものよ。
It's easy.
扉に窓に、過去に未来に。
The
い
door
く
and
ら
the
でも
window.
逃げ出す場所はある
The
わ。
past and the future. There's plenty of places to run to.
密室になど。
I won't let this become a closed room.
姿はなくとも、すぐ近くで応援してるわ。
Though you won't see us, we'll be cheering you on from very close by. Okay. Good luck. I feel like this scene is almost entirely unnecessary. Not only are Beato and Gop, by the philosophy of Battler, not real, but also in universe they are figments of Natsuhi's imagination and don't actually take actions, or at least as we've seen. So it's weird to have them interacting on their own with no one in the room, and just seems to add to like the runtime. Gop and Ronove became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared. Kinzo melted into the darkness beneath the bed. Kinzo's also not real. He's a figment of Natsuhi's imagination here, right? Then Beato also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, all figures and signs of life disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. Then Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain.
親父
Dad.
いるなら返事をしてくれ
If you're in there, answer.
親父
Dad! As he yelled, he hit the window. His foothold was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. But of course, this is Rudolph, the show-off. Deciding he couldn't do anything stupid with so many people watching from below, he suppressed the fear from being high up and boldly knocked on the window.
じいさまめ、聞こえてねえのか?
Come on, grandfather, can't he hear?
どうでしょう。
I wonder.
金槌を落とさないでくれると嬉しいのですが。
何秒経った
How many seconds have passed?
窓を叩いてから
It's been 30 seconds since he knocked on the window. So,
やっぱり
he really
割るのですか?
smash it? You really smash it?
その親方様が
The master will be
大
very
層お
mad.
怒りに。
その怒りを受けるのは自分の役目と豪語してくださる方がいるから大丈夫よ。
Someone was kind enough to brag about how accepting that anger is her duty, so there's no need to worry.
ルドルフさん、
Rudolph,
十分よ。やって。
that's enough. Do it.
おう
Sure.
親父め割った後で文句言うんじゃねえ
You
ぜ
better not complain after I smash it. He hit it several times, and eventually a fist-sized hole opened in the glass. Because of his unstable footing, this took a lot of effort. I can understand that. He doesn't want to use a ton of force because it might be really awkward and risky if when the glass shatters he like loses his footing or slips because of the like weight of the hammer is dragging his arm and torso forward. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further, stuck his hand through it and unlocked the window. Then, after a hard struggle, Rudolph somehow managed to open the window and his body slipped through into the study. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having a ground under him. Dad. It's Rudolph. Answer me. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Kinzo's study was a small villa he'd created inside the mansion. A study, a library, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That's right. With all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in this study without leaving at all. The bed was empty. There were marks on it that made it seem as though someone slipped out, but there was no one in sight. Happens a lot in ninja movies. Someone finds the bed is still warm and the occupant couldn't have gone far. Rudolph tried placing his hand on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. Not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold, and the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. The air inside the room, and even the presence about it, if that's the right word for it, even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Kinzo had slipped out of this room a long time ago. However, it's been well cleaned. It has signs of being lived in. Wrinkles in the bed. The slight angle of the chair. Here and there were many marks that would doubtlessly have been cleaned or fixed up if someone came in to make the beds. Near as I can tell, Dad must have slipped out of bed several hours ago at the latest. That would be the same general time period as the brutal murder case. Guess we can't be sure Kinzo's absence and the crime are completely unrelated. For the time being, he leaned out the window and told Kyrie and the others to come back up since he's gonna unlock the door. Then he pushed the button on the study desk and released the door's auto-lock. There was a heavy clunking sound and Natsuhi and the rest dashed in immediately. Oh, they're good morning. Sorry, ain't Dad. I'm the one who opened it.
Kinzo-san wa irashaimashita ka?
Is Kinzo-san there? No. It looks like someone slipped out of the bed, but you can't tell when that happened. And Natsuhi-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 last night? I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. We must consider father's fickle nature. Now, we know that Kinzo is long dead and not going to be here anyway. Eva is suspicious that Kinzo is already dead and has been dead the whole time. And Natsuhi is trying to cover for that. I don't remember what Rudolph's stance is, although he's sort of suspicious of the same thing. In fact, I think everyone's suspicious that Kinzo's already dead. At least in this arc, it's been explained that they're already suspicious of that. So, and Natsuhi not looking good if there's no body here. Consider his fickle nature? Yeah, sure. He ran off into the forest and died. It wasn't uncommon for him to suddenly wake in the middle of a night, claiming to have a revelation in a dream, and walk around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? True, it has happened before. Anyway. He's a fickle person. Did she try the paper trick? Because in the I think it was the first game, Eva randomly tried to put the paper in the door to see if anyone left the room, but she didn't comment on it this time. Probably didn't. Right, Kumasawa-san?
そうですわね。何かおかしな夢でも見て寝床を抜け出したのかもしれませんね。
Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed.
よくあることでございますとも。
Not uncommon at all. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Kumasawa's also lying.
抜け出してどこに行ったっちゅうんや。
And where did he slip off
お
to?
父さん、ひょっとして事件に巻き込まれた可能性も高いんとちゃうんか。
Does this mean there's a good chance father's been caught up in this crime?
ほらね。
See?
お父様の安否を確かめるべきだったでしょ。
We should have checked to make sure father was safe from the beginning, right?
この部屋にいないとは限らないわ。
Can't be sure he isn't in this
ひょっ
room.
とすると犯人に縛られてクローゼットの中に閉じ込められているということもあるかもしれない。
Maybe the culprit tied him up and locked him in the closet or something like that.
ですね。
Good point.
探しましょう。
Let's search.
当主様の大切な
This
書
is
斎
the
で
head's
すよ。
precious study.
みだりに物に触れ
He
ないよう
mustn't
に。
touch things without reason.
ああ、そうだ。
Right, right.
犯人さんに申し上げておきます。
Oh, there's something I need to tell you, culprit-san. When Natsuhi heard this said right in front of her, her heart froze. But Erika had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsuhi when she said it. She directed her words to the room at large. She hadn't been speaking to Natsuhi in particular. Natsuhi turned her back on Erika, trying to prevent her faltering expression from being noticed.
私、記憶力は写真並みですので。
I have a photographic
何
memory.
かの証拠を隠蔽しようとして現場を改ざんすればすぐにわかります。
You try to alter the crime scene by hiding some evidence? I'll know
こ
right
んな
away.
ところでボロを出して私を失望させないでください。
Don't slip up here and disappoint me. Ooh, an intimidation check.
フ
Let's see.
ーダニットが犯人のボロや失言で特定できるミステリーなんて三流だと思いません？
Any mystery where the whodunit is solved by a culprit's slip-up or misspeak is only third-rate, don't you think?
何を言っているのか分かりかねますが、不謹慎な発言は慎むように。
Natsuhi, immediately acting suspicious, is like, I don't know what you're saying. Try to refrain from incautious remarks.
お父様、いらっしゃいませんか？
Father, are you
お
there?
返事をしてください。
Answer me. Natsuhi started walking around, calling out in a loud voice, refusing to let Erika say any more. Natsuhi is unnerved and immediately tries to shut. There's a knock. Kyrie and the others who went down to the courtyard returned.
やっぱりお父様はいない？
So he's not here after all.
どっかに踏ん縛られて閉じ込められてるかもな。
He might be tied up and shut away somewhere around here.
それを探すところだ。
We were just searching for him. She says she has a photographic memory and proceeds to fuck up a release date of her favorite novel. I mean, she might remember the dates, but not have checked the dates of the two novels because she thought she just assumed one was before the other and didn't think about it. Like she didn't try to call it up. On the other hand, she may not have read the other novel, so she only read the one and didn't read the second one. Or she might be bullshitting and just trying to intimidate whoever the killer is. Any of those is possible, right? How's it going, my dude? Yeah, the Umineko OST is pretty solid. They have some really good tracks. Might be the best part about the novel. The OST has some really good tracks. We were just searching for him?
よくこんなところにいつまでも閉じこもっていられるもんだぜ。
I'm surprised he managed to shut himself away in a place like this for all that time.
諦めよう、姉さん。
Give it up, Nesa.
もうなるようにしかならない。
Can't change anything now.
奥様はどうなさるつもりかしら。
I wonder what Madam plans to do.
自分でついてきた嘘のつけさ。
Get paid back for all the lies she'd told until now?
運命は神様に
Let's leave
委
fate
ね
in
ま
God's
しょう。
hands. Will they check in the classic place under the bed? Many people clambered around Kinzo's vast study, looking here and there. Inside the closet, in the bathtub, even the fridge and under the study desk. They looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo, they couldn't even find a single suspicious mark. They didn't say under the bed, though. They said under study desk, in the fridge, bathtub, closet.
当主様がお留守であることは
It
明
seems
白で
clear
しょう
father's not here.
もう十分です。
That's enough.
これ以上当主様の大切な書斎を荒らさないように。
Please don't disturb father's precious study any further.
そうですよ、そうですよ。
Get out of here as fast as you can. Because they're trying to hide something in there.
親方様は 勝手に物を動かされるのを何より嫌いますからね。
There's nothing the master hates more than having things moved around without his permission.
お父様の姿はどこにもないわ。
Father's nowhere to be
やっ
found.
ぱり事件に巻き込まれたのかしら。
Maybe he really was caught up in the crowd.
そうと決めつけるわけにもいきませ
Can't
ん
be sure
よ
of that. Natsuhi averted her gaze once more.
大丈夫だ、ナツ。
Okay, Natsuhi.
まさに排水の陣というところ
Truly
で
have our
す。
backs against the wall.
万一書斎に踏み込まれた時にはどこかへ散歩にでも行っているのだろうとごまかすつもりでいました。
On the off chance someone entered the study, I planned to trick them by saying you'd probably gone for a walk somewhere. But
殺人が起こり、大勢が殺された屋敷内をのんびり真夜中の散歩としゃれ込んでいた。
yeah, no one would believe I'd get dressed for a casual midnight stroll in a mansion where a murder occurred and many people were killed.
私ならばむしろ本当にやりかねんが。
I wouldn't put it past myself to do such a thing.
こらこら、金蔵。
Where that's his motto. I wouldn't put it past. It's like the motto he has. It's like everyone has for him. Is like I wouldn't put it past Kinzo to do that.
おとなしくベッドの下に隠れておれ。
Be a good guy, good boy, and hide under the bed.
大丈夫だ。
It's okay, Natsuhi.
落ち着くがよい。
Remain
いる
calm.
ものをいるとは断じれようが、いないものをいないとは断じれよ。
It's possible to prove someone exists, but you can't prove they don't exist.
すなわち、
In other words,
人間の世界はいようといまいといることのできる世界なのだ。
the human world is one in which, regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it so they
そ
exist.
のいることのできる影こそが
And the
我ら
shadows
魔女の
that can make such things exist are themselves the world of us witches, the world of demons.
悪魔の証明ですね。
A devil's proof? Yes. You can't prove something doesn't exist.
うん。
You can't prove a lack of existence. You can prove existence. You cannot prove something does not exist. The universe is a very large place, after all. Easy example: aliens. You can't prove aliens. You can't prove that aliens don't exist. The universe is too wide for that. There are too many variables in play. And we can't see other planets very well.
だから安心する
Yeah,
が
so
よい。
don't worry.
悪魔の力がそなたを絶対に守るぞ。
Power of demons will most certainly protect you.
お父様と夫の名誉が守れるなら私はこの身を悪魔に捧げようとも構いません。
If it could protect the honor of my father and husband, I wouldn't mind sacrificing this body of mine to demons.
良い覚悟だ。
Your resolve is good.
案ずるな。
Don't be
絶
anxious.
対に金蔵は殺させぬ。
I most certainly will not let Kinzo be killed. So the plan this time is to avoid having Kinzo's body be shown. They hid it somewhere? Okay. At that time, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Erika clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention. Though such an action should have been above a guest's place, for some reason it already felt like a natural right of hers. After all, she's the detective.
これでもう十分と思います。
I think
こ
that's
の
enough.
書斎に後ろ宮金蔵さんの姿はありません。
Yurimiya Kinzo-san is nowhere to be found in this study.
ああ
Clap, clap.
隠れられる場所は全て探したぜ。
We've searched everywhere he could have been
親父
hiding.
の姿はない。
He's nowhere to be seen.
そして不審なものも何も見つけられなかったわ。
Further, we've seen nothing that looks suspicious. Bear in mind, they had him out a year and a half. He's been dead a year and a half. So, like, they had a lot of time to clean the study.
え、何も見つけられませんでした。
We didn't find anything at all. Erika said it again. They hadn't been able to discover anything.
ならこの部屋にいつまでも長居するべきではありません。
In that case, we mustn't
これ
loiter
ほ
this
どの大
one.
勢で書斎を物色したなど当主様が知られたらどれほどお怒りになられること
Understand
か。
how angry father would be if we learned so many people were looking through his study.
エヴァさん、
Ava-san,
あなたは責任を取られる覚悟があるとおっしゃいましたね
you。said you were prepared to take responsibility,
生
didn't
涯
you?
絶縁されるくらいの覚悟は終わりなのでしょうね。
Are you prepared for him to break off relations with you for the rest of your life? Shut the fuck up, Natsuhi.
それを決めていいのはお父様ご自身だわ。あんたが決めることじゃないわよ。
You.
お静かに。
Silence,
状
please.
況を整理したいと思います。
I'd like to lay out the
昨
situation.
夜の23時に 最後にこの部屋で金蔵さんにお会いになられたのは夏日さんですね。
At 2300 last night, the last person to meet Kinzo-san in this room was Natsuhi-san,
そ
right?
れをどなたか証明できますか？
Can anyone confirm that?
証明？
Confirm.
ええ、そうです。
That's right.
だって夏日さんが本当に昨夜の23時にここを訪れたかどうかは夏日さんしか自称していません。
After all, the only one who claims Natsuhi-san really stopped by here at 2300 last night is Natsuhi-san herself.
金蔵さんが昨夜確かに夏日さんがやってきたと証明してくれればいいのですが、
There wouldn't be a problem if Kinzo-san confirmed Natsuhi really came here last
そ
night.
の肝心の金蔵
But
さ
that
んが
witness
おら
isn't
れま
here.
せんので。
Ava was here though, right? Ava, Kraus, and Genji?
アリバイはミステリーの基本ってわけ。
You're saying alibis are the foundation of a mystery?
ええ、そうです。
That's right.
アリバイは大事です。
Alibis are important.
どうせ推理の役にはほとんど立たないのですが、
Of course, they're almost useless when it comes to actual
その
theory
辺
making.
の重箱をつつかないといけないとお作法で決まってますの
But
で。
it's common courtesy to poke around the boxes.
昨夜の殺人のアリバイ探しなんてやってもないくせに、じい様の失踪についてだけはアリバイ探しをするのかよ。
You didn't ask for alibis regarding last night's murder, but you are doing it for grandfather's disappearance?
本当に気まぐれなやつだぜ。
You really are a fickle person. Maybe it's because nobody's accounted for last night's murders, so it's kind of pointless to give alibis, because everyone's going to be like, I was in my room sleeping, which isn't really useful. Unless they were seen by someone else, right?
あ、ご安心を。
Oh, don't worry. That would be my rationale. It's like, if everyone's presumably in their bed sleeping, what do you think the response from everyone's going to be?
もちろん第一の晩の殺人についても後ほ
Have
ど
no fear. I will fully examine everyone's
みっ
alibis
ちりとアリバイについて
regarding the murders of
全
the
員に
first
確認
Twilight
させて
later.
いただきます
Oh,
ので、
she's still going
こ
then?
うご期待を。
Okay.
それでどなたか夏日さんが23時にここを訪れたことを証明はできませんか？
Can anyone confirm Natsuhi-san visited here at
でき
2300?
なければ夏日さんが最終目撃者であることから疑わなければなりません
If
が、
no one can, we'll be forced to doubt whether Natsuhi-san really was the last person to spot him.
私が信用できないというのですか？
Are you saying I can't be trusted? Yes, of course.
いえいえ、むしろ逆です。
What's the
あなた
opposite?
には犯人であってほしくないんです。
Hope you aren't the
だっ
culprit.
てすっごくつまらないじゃないで
That'd
す
make
か。
this really boring.
一番怪しい人物が本当に犯人だったなんて三流ミステリーの極みです。
Okay. You have the standard Among Us tier commentary, aka Natsuhi sus. And then you have Furuto Erika's response to someone being suspicious. Only the worst third-rate mysteries have the most suspicious person as the culprit. While she speaks to Natsuhi, directly implying that Natsuhi is suspicious. She's literally saying to Natsuhi's face, "You're the most suspicious person, and it would be so unbelievably stupid if you were actually guilty." I really hope that isn't the case.
夏日さんが怪しい。
Natsuhi-san is suspicious?
待ってくれ。
Wait a minute.
どうしてそういう論法になるんだね。
How can you say that? Dude, Natsuhi's been acting sus this whole time. Nanjo's just covering for her.
そうですとも。
He is
奥様が怪しいなど出現にも程があります。
Calling Madam suspicious is the height of discourtesy.
静かに。
Be quiet.
南條先生、
Nanjo,
Hold up.
Yoda.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
エリカさん、
Erika-san?
それだけの無礼な発言をなさるに足る根拠は終わりなんでしょうね。
You have some sort of proof to justify such a rude outburst?
え
Yes.
すっごいシンプルで嫌なんですけどね。
Oh, it's so simple. It's so simple it
テレ
annoys
ビ
me.
ドラマレベルの根拠で恐縮ですが、それでもよければ。
Sorry to bother you with this TV drama quality evidence, but if you don't mind,
聞かせてもらおうじゃねえか。
why don't you just let us hear it? When Battler glared at her, a cold expression rose to Erika's face for an instant, but it was only for an instant. After smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. She looked like the main character in a play, who came onto stage and bathed in the spotlight.
今朝の話です。 殺人が起こって大騒ぎになった時のことを思い出してください。
Remember the time after the murders occurred and the big uproar that followed? Yep.
事件のことを金蔵さんに伝えたいけれど、いくら電話しても出てくれない。
We wanted to tell Kinzo about the crime, but he wouldn't come out no matter how many times we called him on the
そ
phone.
の時のことです。
Remember that time?
とにかく連絡が取れんのはまずいとちゃうか？
Yep. Isn't it bad we can't get in
下
contact
手
with
した
him?
らお父さん事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
In the worst case,
No.
father might not know there's even been a crime, yeah.
さあ、どうでしょう。
Well, I wonder. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Cannon mumbled those words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰？
Who died? Confirmed deaths. Genji, Rosa, Maria, George, Jessica. Currently in question, whether or not Kraus is, as he's gone missing from his personal room on the second floor of the mansion, and there were traces of blood left behind, making the situation similar to other victims. He's the only person of the first Twilight whose corpse is never witnessed. And they're currently debating whether or not where Kinzo is and if he's a victim or a potential murder suspect. However, we, the users, or we, the players, already know that Kinzo has been dead for over a year and a half, so it is not possible for him to be the murderer. So it's it's likely that Kinzo is dead, Kraus and Natsuhi are the killers and working together. That is the philosophy we have that the game is directing us towards. There might be other clues that point you in a different direction though. So keep an eye out for those, because it's really obvious that it's Natsuhi and Kraus either working together or Natsuhi going solo. Kind of just trying to work out how it could be someone else. He might be hiding and moving some bodies. That's basically the idea. Who was the last person to meet father? And when?
私です。
Who was me?
昨夜、バトラ君が黄金を見つけたと騒ぎになる直前まで、お父様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました。
Yep. Natsuhi said last night it was her talking with. She was in the room talking with father. Okay. Up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold, I was in father's study giving the daily report.
昨夜の23時頃ですね。
What, 11? Around 11 last night? Erika chuckled significantly.
それが何だというのですか？
What's your point?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
多分、キリエさんも狙って振ったんだと思います。
I think Kirie-san probably did that
そう
intentionally.
ですね。
Am I right?
振ったとは
What do you mean?
どういう意味でしょうか？
By that. Erika chuckled significantly, was not in the scene when we first read it. The gremlin set us into a flashback of something we read 30 minutes ago, so she could add in 2 lines about how cool she is. Of course she does. Of course she does.
ひょっとすると誰か引っかかるかと思って。
I hope someone might fall for it.
そうですね。
I
あり
see.
がとう、キリエさん。
Thanks, Kirie-san. Yeah, that would have been an unusual line to insert. I like that they inserted it. I don't know if that's there because it's supposed to be like the real Erika's chuckling at having recited the line correctly and noticed something.
実はあの発言はあなたがなさらなければ私がするつもりでおりました。
I was planning on saying the same thing if you didn't.
最後に親方様に会ったのは誰かという質問に。
Is who saw the master
そんな
line?
にも意味があ
Really
ると
that
いうんです
important?
か？
はい。
Yes.
状況的に考えて最後に会ったのは誰？
If we take circumstances into account, then in response to the question who met him
という
last,
質問に対し、夏日さんが私ですと即答するのは
it was very
と
odd
て
for
も不自然な
Natsuki-san
ん
to
です。
instantly answer me.
どうしてですか？奥様は包み隠さず真実を。
Madam told the truth without hiding anything.
静かに。
Be quiet. She used me as the last person to see him, rather than saying I last. If you said who was the last person to see him, and you can say, okay, if I was to ask you, so I think her rationale is, and this is why it's dumb, is she's saying, the way you responded is suspicious. Because when I say who last saw X, typically someone's like, well, I don't know if I was the latest, but I saw them 2 days ago. You know, it's like, hey, who's the last person who saw this guy? And you're like, I saw him 2 days ago. I saw him at the diner last night, blah, blah, blah. And you work out there. From that, Natsuhi is confident enough when asked who saw him last to say I was the last person to see him. That Erika's like suspicious of her. I think that's the reasoning. Why do you think it was odd?
どうしてあなたは23時以降、金蔵
There we
さ
go.
んが誰とも会わないと
Why are you so sure no one else met Kinzo-san after 2300?
それはお休みになられたのを見届けたからです。
That's because I watched as he went to bed.
普通に考えれば、その後朝までお休みになられ、
It's only natural to assume he'd sleep until morning.
誰とも会われないだろうと考えるのは
And
自
not be
然
with
なことです。
状況的に考えて、最終目撃者は何かの関与を疑われかねませんでした。
Considering the circumstances, it's easy to suspect the last person to spot him of having any kind of involvement with this case.
普通の人間なら、夏日さんと同じ立場だった時は、最後に会ったのは私です。
A normal person in Natsuhi-san's position wouldn't say I was the last person to meet him.
23時に会いましたとは言いません。
I met him at 2300.
ですね、キリ
Right,
エさん。
Kirie-san? See? She didn't say something that would ever allow for any argument that someone else saw him. She's like, I was definitively the last person to see him.
ええ、そうよ。
Correct.
普通の人間だったなら
normal person
23
would
時
say,
に
I
会っ
met
た
him
の
at
は私
2300.
です。しかし、私が最後に会った人間かどうかは分かりません。
However, I'm not sure I was the last person to meet him.
になるわ。
Something like that.
グッド。最終目撃者だと名乗ることは普通困難なんです。
Claiming to be the last witness is usually quite difficult.
自分が目撃した後に誰も目撃できないと確信できる理由をご存知でない限り。
Unless you know something that makes you sure there were no other witnesses after you.
三流ミステリーですと最終目撃者は大抵犯人で。
In third-rate mysteries, the last one to spot the victim is also often the culprit. I like how she's just like subtly roasting people. It's like, I swear to God, if you're the fucking murderer, this is so
自
lame.
分が殺したのだからその後には誰とも会えるわけがないとこういう論法で進むわ
They
けです
killed the
が
victim themselves so they know that no one else could have met the culprit later on is how the argument goes.
そんなのちょっとした言葉の言い違いではありませんか。
Couldn't it be nothing more than a minor misspeak? It
そ
could.
んなに目くじらを立てて取り立てるほど。
Not important enough to be picked up on out of the blue and focused on.
そうだそうだ、そんなのは揚げ足取りだ。
Yeah, that's nothing more than
そんな
nitpicking.
言葉尻だけで夏日さんを疑うのはちょっと早とちりなんじゃないかね。
Isn't it too early to suspect Natsuhi because of a little slip of the tongue like that?
それに誰も目撃できないと確信できる理由とあなたはおっしゃいますが。
Furthermore, you said she'd need a reason to be sure no one else
そ
spotted
れ
the
もも
master.
ちろんあるで
But
は
she
あり
had
ませ
such a
んか。
reason. She left the room after seeing the master go to
常
bed.
識的に考えて翌朝まで誰とも会わないだろうと考えるのは自然なことです。
Following common sense, it's perfectly natural to assume he probably wouldn't meet anyone else until the next morning. I feel like Goda just goes along with what these two are saying here, and then only steps out of line if he has a chance to brag.
いいえ
No,
それが全然自然なことじゃないんで
it
す。
isn't natural at all.
何しろ夏日さん、南條先生、そして熊沢さんの3人がついさっきこう証
After all,
言されました。
Natsuhi-san, Dr. Nanjo, and Kumasawa-san all made this claim a short
こ
while
れ
ago.
もどうぞ思い出してください。
Try to remember.
最後に会ったのは夏日姉さんよね。
Natsuhi-san was the last person to meet him, right?
昨夜の11時頃。
Around 11 last night?
それ以降に書斎を抜け出してどこかへ行ってしまったということな
I
の
wonder
か
if
しら。
that means he flipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else.
それは
Ah, she's using the point. So, oh, okay, I get what's happening here. So, she's saying, like, it's perfectly natural. I get this argument, and I'll explain it ahead of time. I think I like this argument of Erika's, And it only works due to the dialogue that's happening right here, which is pretty cool. So she says, they say, like, following common sense, it's natural to assume nobody would meet anyone until the next morning if once they said they went to bed. But here's the thing. Natsuhi and Nanjo both said that it's, and I think Canon or Shannon are corroborating the fact that it's very common for Kinzo to randomly leave his room and after receiving some revelation or something. So, like, she's like, oh, well, no one would leave the room after going to bed. And you're like, bro, you literally just said he could have just randomly left the place. Like, at any time. He could have just, you know, middle of the night decided to go for a walk on the island and not come back for 8 hours. Like, it's completely reasonable for him to do that. So why would you make the assumption that once someone went to bed that they wouldn't get up if that's really common for them to do? Okay, I like that. Consider father's fickle nature. It's not at all uncommon for him to wake up in the middle of the night, claiming to have a revelation in a dream and walk around the mansion. Note, not uncommon means common. So it's very common. Let's reread this as, it was very common for him to suddenly wake up in the middle of the night, claiming to have had a revelation in a dream and walk around the mansion. Right? Like, suddenly that sounds really suspicious if you're like, well, you know, I was definitively the last one who saw him because he was going to bed. And it's like, doesn't he get up all the time in the middle of the night? Right? That works. Isn't that right, Dr. Nansha? True, this has happened before. Anyway, he's a fickle person. Right, Kumasawa? Oh, it's Kumasawa, my bad. Oh, that's true, that's true. Perhaps he had a strange dream and flipped out of bed. So she's using their own deflection against them and saying, why would you assume you're the last person to see him after he went to bed when he normally gets out of bed and randomly runs around the house? It's not uncommon at all. Yep, I'd pick that apart. Yeah. We do have testimony. It wasn't at all uncommon for grandfather to suddenly slip out of bed late at night. Your memory is not bad, Battler-san. In other words, it's common knowledge, though, to those in the Ashiramiya head house, Natsuhi-san included, that Kinzo-san, it's common knowledge to those in the house, including Natsuhi, that Kinzo-san might wake up in the middle of the night on a whim and wander around. On top of that, they're aware this happens quite often. Isn't that odd? If you knew father often wanders around at night, there's no way you'd be certain he'd stay in his bed until morning. Yeah? Right. It really is like a third-rate mystery. You know, that thing they do in the last 5 minutes? Where the culprit asks, when did you first realize it was me? And the detective answers, seriously? That's why I feel let down. If it turns out Natsuhi really is the culprit, it'll be worse than a TV mystery. And that's why I want to clear away the suspicion surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon as I can. I want to make sure this mystery isn't third-rate before I do anything else. Natsuhi is sweating because she's the most suspicious person. She's also guilty, or at least of one of the things they're accusing her of. And but she was actually there. I believe Ava has testimony, doesn't she? I think that was when she was trying to get in. I believe Ava should be able to say that she saw Natsuhi leave the room, but didn't see grandpa or didn't see father. No need to get anxious, Natsuhi. Ava should be able to testify for this.
探偵気取りお得意の言葉遊びよ。
It's a classic word game used by detective wannabes.
だからなんだというのか。
What's her point?
この発言だけで、そなたをどう追い詰められるというのか。
How could she possibly corner you with this accusation alone?
地獄の法廷とて、陪審員の悪魔たちは全員、そなたの無罪に投じるわ。
In the court of hell, all the demon jurors would declare you
だ
innocent.
から、
Calm down.
うろたえず落ち着くの。
Don't get flustered.
確かに
Maybe
そうい
true,
う
she
風
looks
に言われ
suspicious
りゃ
when you say it like that.
夏日おばさんが不審そうにも見えるさ。
He is suspicious when you say it like that,
Naga.
but
俺にはただの揚げ足取りにしか聞こえねえさ。
sounds like you're nitpicking to me. That's also true. She's being a little bit nitpicky. And while it is unusual and casts a little bit of doubt on her, yeah, I don't think it's enough to be like, you're the guilty party. It's because it's very circumstantial and involves like how people normally phrase stuff. Which, while you can catch people out on that, it's not like she outright said something that wasn't true and then said something else, right? It's not an obvious lie, but it's enough to make you be like, okay, that's interesting. I'll look into this person a little bit more. I think that's a good perspective.
でも怪しい
But
わ。
it is suspicious.
夏日姉さんが何かを隠してるかもしれないと疑うきっかけには十分だと思うけれど。
Isn't this more than enough to suspect Natsuhi-san's hiding something? And again, even though this isn't enough to say, like, convict someone or be convinced they're the killer, Ava and Rudolph and Hideyoshi and I think Kyrie are all going into the conference. That is, before they arrived on the island, they were going in here with the assumption, or at least the thought that it's possible that Natsuhi and Kraus already killed their father. So they're kind of biased when it comes to like anything with Kinzo and Natsuhi and Kraus being involved. So even if the evidence is like very circumstantial and it's just like a thin trail of logic, they're going to be really likely to bite it. They're going to be really willing to latch on, even though it's like they're clearly the most suspicious people, even regardless of that. But it's still like they're likely to latch on because they're already biased against her.
全くの言いがかりです。
Okay. Of all the unfair accusations, unfair. Oh man, Natsuhi. I mean, at least she's putting up a good fight.
それに卑怯ですよ、エヴァさん。
How cowardly of you, Eva-san.
私が23時に確かにここにいたことは他ならぬあなたが証明できるではありませんか。
You're the sole person who can confirm I really was there at 2300, aren't you?
そうなんですか？
Is this true, Eva-san?
あら、そうだっ
Did
た
that
かし
happen?
ら。
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさいね。何しろあの時は黄金が見つかったと気が動転していたから。
At the time, I was losing my head because of the recently discovered gold.
今の今まで夏日姉さんに会ったの忘れていたわ。
I forgot all about bumping into Natsuhi-san until just a second ago.
エヴァさんが夏日さんが23時の目撃者であることを証明できるのですね。
Ava, can you confirm that Natsuhi was a witness at 2300 out?
ええ、残念なことにね。
Unfortunately,
夏日姉さんの言い分を一部は認めることができるわ。
I'm able to confirm that one part of Natsuhi-san's
この
story,
部屋から出てきた。
but only that she came out of this
というこ
room.
何が言いたいのですか。
What are you implying?
私が言いたいのはこう
I'll
いう
tell
こ
you.
とよ。
Tell you. Bullets are piercing damage, of course. Shrapnel from bombs is piercing damage. Everyone knows that. Shrapnel bombs deal piercing damage. Not usually slashing damage. I mean, they could do piercing damage.
いいえ、ずっと前から言いたかったの。
Oh, in fact, I've wanted to say this for a long time now. Okay, Ava, here comes Ava's
こん
accusation.
な悲惨な殺人事件の真っ最中にこんなことを言い出すのは本当に場違いだと分かっているけれど、
I realize it's improper to bring this up in the middle of such a tragic murder case.
今がちょうどいいタイミングだから言わせてちょうだい。
The timing now is just too perfect.
分かってるわよね。
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
夏日姉さん。
Natsuhi-san. The servants gulped and held their breaths. It seemed they hadn't been able to hide it after all. In the middle of this heavy silence, Ava fingered her trump card and Natsuhi tried to act calm. Both space and time grew heavy as lead and swallowed everything.
Kinzo さんっていつからいらっしゃられないんですか?
Just when did Kinzo-san disappear, I wonder? Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore that atmosphere to pieces like shattering glass.
はっきり言うと、俺たちは今年はおろか、去年の親族会議でさえ会っちゃいねえ。
Simply put, we haven't met him once at the family conferences this year or last.
そうや。
Right.
わしらは去年の時点から疑っとった。
We suspected it since last year.
息子たちが殺されたこんな時に、こんなことを追求するのは場違いかもしれんとは思っとる。
Seeing how my son and the others have just been killed, this may or not be the time or place to press you on this.
だが、ひょっとしたら事件と関係があるかもしれんから、今追及させてもらうで。
But there's a chance this has something to do with the crime, so pressing you is just what we'll do.
夏日姉さんたちにはお父さんの死を隠す動機があり得るの。
Natsuhi is in trouble now. Everyone's pressing her and she's all alone. Oof. Bad time to be Natsuhi. It's possible you have a motive for hiding father's
お
death.
父さんの財産を横領しているかもしれない嫌疑よ。
We have reason to suspect you're embezzling his assets.
もしお父様が死ねば、財産分配のために調査が行われ、横領は白日のもとにさらされるわ。
If father were to die, an investigation would be conducted for the distribution of the assets and your embezzlement would be
だ
exposed.
からあんたはお父様がすでに亡くなっているのを隠しているの
And
よ。
that's why you hid the fact that father's already dead.
なるほど。ホワイダニットは十分というわけですか。
That's more than enough for a wide
ま
end.
すますにもって三流です。
Keeps getting more and more third rate.
はあ、つまらない。
Ah, boring. Boring.
何を言っているのかわか
I
り
don't
ま
know
せ
what
ん。
you're talking about. Ah, yes, the easiest answer to accusations. I don't know what you're talking about.
私が当主様の死を
You say
隠
I'm
してい
hiding
る
the
と
head's death?
そんな暴言断じて許せません。
I won't forgive such a reckless accusation.
そうですとも。
That's right.
奥様だけでなく、日頃から他の使用人たちも親方様のお世話をし、その姿を見ていますとも。
In addition to Madam, the other servants take care of the master on a daily basis. They see him all the
ケンジ
time.
さんやシャノンさんやカノン君や
Genji-san, Shannon-san,
南條
Cannon-kun,
先生に熊沢さんだってよくお
even
会いしてい
Dr.
る。
Nanjo, and Kumasawa meet with him often.
私は信頼がないのか。昨年からずっと姿をお見かけしていませんが。
Perhaps because he doesn't trust me. I haven't seen him once since last year, but
黙りなさい、ゴーダ。
quiet, Goda. Ooh, there we go. There's a line to remember. Goda hasn't seen him in over a year. Ooh, that's suspicious.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
夏日さん以外の目撃者はすべて御用関係にある使用人だけではありませんか。
Aren't all of the witnesses, besides Natsuhi-san, servants employed by her?
金を握らせて口裏を合わせたなんて。はあ、本当に三流。くだ
So
らない。
you usurp
くだらない
money. You're using money to make them follow your story. Ah, this really is third rate. How pitiful.
がっかりですよ、夏日さん。
I'm disappointed,
だから
Natsuhi-san.
もう断じてしまおうと思います。
I guess I'll have to finish this now.
何をですか。
Finish what?
後ろ宮金蔵さん。
Ushirimiya Kinzo-san?
何か招かれざる客人よ。
What is it, uninvited guest?
あなたは存在していませんね。
You don't exist, do
遺
you?
産問題であなたの死を知られたくない人間たちによってその死を隠蔽された亡霊です。
You're a ghost whose death was concealed by those humans who didn't want it to be known because of the inheritance problem. Oh, he's laughing.
亡霊は亡霊らしく、とっとと現世を立ち去るべきです。
Ghosts are supposed to quickly pass on to the next
初
world.
めてお会いしたのに、ご挨拶もまだでしたね。これ
No,
は
this
申
is-
し訳ない。
Even though this is the first time we've met, I've yet to give you a proper greeting. My apologies.
はじめまして、こんにちは。
Good day, pleased to meet
そ
you.
してさようなら。
And goodbye. So close to Erika's face that you could barely have wedged a sheet of paper between them. Beato's pipe came to a sudden stop.
そしてこんにちはだ。
And good day to you too.
後宮家顧問錬金術師黄金のベアトリーチェ。
I'm the Ushirimiya family alchemist Beatrice the Golden. I like how our cute little rat Erika here is looking so happy. And then there's Beatrice here also smiling, an even wider grin, and you're just like, that's a terrifying face. Stay away from me.
そなたの喧嘩ここよりはわらわが買い取ろうぞ。
I'll be your opponent in this fight from here on out.
どうもはじめまして。このゲームの探偵フルドエリカです。
I'd like to meet you. I'm the detective of this game, Furudo
よ
Erika.
ろしくお見知りおきを。
A pleasure to make your
そ
acquaintance.
してこれからさようなら。
And now goodbye.
そなたがエンジェの次のベルンカステル教の駒であるか。
Friendly reminder that Sayonara has a sense of finality to it, and isn't just goodbye. So both times when she said she met Kinzo and said goodbye, she's saying like goodbye for the last time, not just simply, you know, a nice goodbye. All right, you're the Lady Burncastell's next piece of her engine.
あやつとは結局満足に戦えなくて残念だった。
Poor NJ. I'm afraid I didn't get to fight with her to my satisfaction in the end.
今度こそ手合わせできて嬉しいぞ。
I'm glad I'll be able to lock horns with you this time.
ベルンカステル教の駒。
Lady Burncastell's piece.
我が
The
主
track,
は
the
全能
banger.
にして万能。
Yeah. My master's alarming, almighty,
マヌケ
omnipotent.
ならあなたとは比べ物になりません。
Who like you couldn't even begin to compare with
どう
her?
かよろしくお手合わせを。
Accept your challenge.
冷静よな。
You really are calm.
こうして魔女が登場してこれから魔法やファンタジーで戦おうというのにな。
Even though a witch has appeared before you and is about to fight with magic and fantasy. In response, she's like, okay, biggest big brain idea ever. Erika turns around and is like, oh, you're about to fight with magic and fantasy? Those things don't exist. Boom! Another meta layer as we start yet another game within a game where it is Erika versus Burncastle for the next 3 arcs and they can't escape the game. Alright, we're gonna go one layer deeper.
バトラ程度ならこんなのミステリーじゃないって泣きわめいて土下座しているところだぞ。
If you were a battler, you'd be lying on the ground screaming, this can't possibly be a mystery anymore.
ああ、ミステリーでも最近はそういう異世界もポピュラーですので。
Even in mystery genre, parallel universes like this have gotten popular lately. Wait, are there actually any mystery isekai? Is there actually a real mystery isekai? Genuinely curious if there is one.
メタ的な空間から安楽椅子に座って推理を行う探偵さん。
You know about pure reasoning space and all that?
時代交渉をわきまえよ。その作家のデビューは来年だ。
Ayatsuji Yukito doesn't make his debut until next year. Wait, who is this? Yukito. Ayatsuji Yukito. Ayatsuji Yukito? Oh, wait, what year is that? Ayatsuji is a writer of mystery and horror. Ah, okay. He's a writer, okay. He is a famous writer born in 1960. He writes mystery and horror. What year does his books come out? Oh, those are translations, no. 1987 is his first book, yes. The Locked Room International? Or The Decagon House Murders, my bad. Is the title. The Decagon House Murders. He does a bunch of books. In Mansion Murders. Alright, cool. He wrote a whole bunch of he's a murder mystery writer. Alright, that's cool. You sure are picky for a witch. You sure are picky.
魔女と対等のつもりか
You think you're on the same level as a witch?
うぬぼれるなこの人間風情が
Don't be so full of yourself, mere human. When Beto snapped her fingers, something bounced around the room at terrifying speeds. It was a stake of the witch. A witch's wedge that contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erika couldn't follow that terrible speed with her eyes, and Erika understood this, so she didn't attempt to look every which way, stupidly trying to spot it. Eat this. Ooh. With a terrible sound, Lucifer's blue stake buried itself into Erika's right collarbone. It pierced all the way through her back. Lucifer spun around and rebounded, landing in front of Beato, and vanished with a shrill laugh. Erika wasn't blown back, but she had been run through by the blue wedge. So this is that so-called blue truth. Well then, let me hear your views.
23時に夏日が金蔵に出会った可能性を否定はできぬぞ
You can't deny the possibility that Natsuhi met with Kinzo at 2300?
その後そなたらが書斎に押し入るまでの6時間以上もの間金蔵はいくらでもこの書斎を抜け出す余地があった
During the 6 hours or more, before you pushed your way into the study, Kinzo had many chances to escape from
以
it.
上により金蔵が存在しないとそなたに断言はできぬわ
Because of this, you can't state decisively that Kinzo doesn't exist. Beato announced that with an expression worthy of her title as a witch. Beato using blue truth. That's scary. Erika was silent. Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. She was just quietly listening to Beato's blue truth. No, judging by her disdainful expression, it's probably more appropriate to say that Beato's words went in one ear and out the other. Good. Let's start with the classic moves. By the way, this thing really is stuck good. I can't take it out. She tried pulling from the front and back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either. You can't take it out. The blue truth can only be defeated by the red truth. For one such as yourself, a guest who came to this island at most a day ago, there's no truth that can possibly be known. Oh, there are truths that can possibly be known, Beatrice. What's up? We are at the scene where I guess Beatrice is confronting Erika about the reality of Kinzo's disappearance. And they're having a mini showdown within our framework of this game. This is Peace, Beatrice, and Erika. Natsuhi's Beatrice, yes. That means there exists no red you can use. In other words, this is checkmate. Because you came to the island, there is nothing you could possibly know, therefore checkmate? That's aggressive. I see. So that's what kind of space this is. Beato's flexing on a noob at a game she's played at least 4 times already. More than that, because she started the game familiar with the rules. In that case, I'll need a piece suitable for fighting a witch. I'm the detective. My role is to take on the human culprit. You're a witch. And there does exist a fitting piece to use against witches and demons. Let me introduce you to what? The Malleus Maleficarium? Or Malleus Maleficarium, right? Hammer of Witches? Yes? Yes? Is that the appropriate piece? To bring out a book and beat them to death with it? Even worse, as the developer of the game, she's flexing on a new person. How shallow do you have to be to have made your own game and flex on people your superior ability in a game they haven't played before? How desperate do you have to be better than someone that you'd have to make a new game to be better at someone than it? Better at someone in it. Let me introduce you.
Miss Doranor?
Miss Doranor.
あなたの出番のようです。
It appears that it's your turn.
ドラノール
Lanor?
やっぱりね。いつか絶対に持ってくる駒だと思ってたわ。
I thought so. I was certain you'd bring that piece in sooner
魔
or
女
later.
を狩る銃のくさび。魔女狩り大司教ドラノール。
The 10 wedges with which to hunt witches. Archbishop of Witch Hunting, Delanor. Delanor. What has Delanor done? I want to know who Delanor is supposed to be. Nope, an original character. I see. An OC do not steal. Well, Ronald, how's it going?
悪魔との戦いにこれほどふさわしい駒はいないわ。
There's no more fitting piece in a battle against demons. Well, if it's Ronald backwards, then either it's going to be... I don't know who the heck a Ronald would be that fought witches. But maybe they just... Is it gender reverse?
私の分身たるエリカに魔女の最
You
大
could
の
kill
天
Erika?
敵ド
And
ラ
the
ノール。
greatest natural enemy of witches, Delanor. No, is Delanor male or female? It might be. I think it's a male name. Delanor? Delanor seems like a male name, right? Yeah, I'm going with
私は
male.
2つのルークで今やセブンスランクを支配したわ。
You've taken control of the 7th rank with my 2 rooks.
見せてもらうわよ。ラムダデルタ、そしてベアトリーチェ。
Let me show you Lambda Delta and YouTube
あんた
Beatrice.
たちの無駄なあがきよね。
You'll see how useless your struggling is. Alright, keep laughing, Burncastel. Let's see. Delanor. And that should not be a dude, right? The air shone brightly, and the piece Erika had guided there showed its form. She? It's a she? Okay. You love her? She's so weird. Not that the other characters aren't. That form resembled a clergy member, perfectly suited for confronting an evil witch. But why does she call her a rook? She's clearly designed after a rook, okay? Like, we can literally see the castle on her left sleeve. But I have questions. Why is she a rook and not a bishop? I mean, come on. A member of the clergy for hunting witches. And you're like, which chest piece best represents a member of the clergy? We have pawn. We have king. We have queen. We have knight. We have bishop. No, that can't be right. No, we're not going to use bishops. Oh, rook. Yeah, the castle. Yeah, the castle's a member of the church. They called her an archbishop. They call her an archbishop. Oh my god. So bad. Yeah, Archbishop of Witch Hunting is a rook. Fuck off. Fuck off. Keep your chess analogy straight. It's a bishop or a queen. It's a promoted pawn that's gone to queen, okay? What would you call something a bishop that's better than a bishop? It's a queen, right? I mean, to be fair, I believe rooks are valued at more than a bishop in chess. I believe they're like 5 points, and I think a bishop's 3. So it's not like completely insane to be like, ah, yes, it's a rook, but like, come on, it's a bishop. Why is it in the rook slot? Please stop. Oh well. A clergy member perfectly suited for confronting evil witches, and also not a bishop.
はじめまして。
The pleasure to meet you.
ドラノル・エノックスと申します。
Delanor Enox is my name. Even though this space was like a bomb just waiting to go off, she introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it.
そなたとは初対面であるが、噂はかねがね聞いておるぞ。
This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard all the rumors. Well, I know how to beat Beatrice's. You don't know anything because you just arrived on the island, Blue Truth. Small bombs. With small explosives, you can propel sound waves and information in your general direction. Thus, she can know things.
ゆえに、初対面という気は全くせぬでな。
Thus, if one of them sends a hint your way, you can know it. You can know it for real. Without bombs, it cannot be seen. So, this truly doesn't feel like a first meeting. You've heard some rumors? The same goes for me, Miss Beatrice.
アイゼルネ・ユングフラウはあなたについての詳細な資料を600ページにまとめました。
The detailed pages of Eisern Jungfrau has on you are summarized in 600 pages.
それに常に目を通していますので、私も初対面の気がしません。
Oh wait, the files are summarized in 600 pages. Summarized! I always read such reports, so this doesn't seem like a first meeting to me either.
地獄の書記官なら600ページを6文字でまとめてみせるわ。
The Secretary of Hell could summarize those 600 pages into 6 letters.
お伺いします。
Allow me to ask.
近寄るな危険
Danger.
で6文字だ。
それは良きまとめです。
A fitting summary.
帰還しましたら、あなたの資料を敬意を表して2文字を加え、8文字でまとめます。
I will summarize the materials on you using only 2 letters out of respect.
Execute.
Executed.
キュートとは
I'm cute now?
世辞が過ぎるぞ、客
Too
人。
polite, my guest?
それでは続けましょう。
Let us continue.
ミス・ベアトリーチェ。
Miss
首席
Beatrice.
異端審問官ドラノール。謹んでお相手いたします。
I, Dlanner, Head Inquisitor of Heresy, do humbly accept my role as your opponent.
わらわは初手を終えている
Well,
ぞ。
my first move is over.
そこのフルドエリカの青きくさびが抜けないならば、とぼとぼと展開に帰って。
If you can't remove the blue wedge from that Furudo Erika over
い
there,
つもの退屈な反抗師の仕事を再開するとよい。
might as well totter back up to heaven and get back to your usual boring job of stamping forms.
このくさびとやら頼みます。
Please do something about this wedge
ベアト
thing.
リーチェさん、この程度でチェックメイトのつもりらしいので。
It looks like Beatrice-san thinks she's already achieved checkmate with this alone. After making a show of tapping her finger on the blue wedge that pierced her, Erika shrugged as though taunting Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ。
Ronald Knox is the mystery guy, real guy's name, and her name's just Mr. Real Man's name backward. Ah, I see. It's not okay. It's Ronald. She has Ronald because she's they're referencing the guy who makes up the mystery rules. Okay. Ronald Arbuthnot Knox? Arbuthnot. Well, let's just say no one's gonna mistake that middle name for belonging to anyone else.
大丈夫。少しからかってやるだけだ。
It's fine. I'm just toying with her a bit.
何
After all,
いざとなったら、金蔵の亡霊をひっつかんで、好きに
things
逃
get
げ
bad.
出す。
I can grab Kinzo and run out of here whenever I
この
want.
部屋からいつだってどこへだって。
I can leave
わ
the
ら
room
わ
at
は
any
自
time.
由自在よ。
Go anywhere.
無駄です。
It's useless. So her last name is Dlanner A. Knox because it's Ronald A. Knox, which is the person that comes with the rules for mystery novels. All right.
ほう。
Oh.
私に出会ったらそれが終焉です。
Now that you've met up with me, this is your demise.
逃しません。誰も逃げられない。
Escape will not be permitted. None can escape.
確かにお父様が突然目を覚ましてどこかへ行ってしまった可能性は否定できないわ。
True. Well, we can't deny it'd be possible for father to suddenly wake up and go somewhere.
でもね、それはありえないって断言できるのよ。
I can say for sure that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why?
なぜかわか
Did she do the paper trap?
るわかるわけもありません。あなたがこの扉の前で一晩中当主様が外へ出ないことを見張ってたとでも言うのですか？
Innocent. You stood outside this door all night watching to make sure the head didn't take a step outside?
見張っていたわ。
Yes, someone was watching.
この子がね。
This kid right here. Wait, who? Gertrude? What? Please allow me to speak.
この扉より出入ること叶わぬと知るべしと申し上げ立てまつる。
Let it be known that entering or exiting through this door is impossible.
兵士隊、書斎扉の封鎖を
We got a new character who just randomly showed up named Gertrude. Look, Gertrude. And she says, let it be known entering or exiting through the door is impossible. The palace guards are ordered to blockade the sturdy door. The doors to heaven opened with a strong, unrelenting radiance like the sun's. All these random characters showing up. All these random waifus showing up. They announced the arrival of Delanor's underlings. Oh, Delanor has underlings, I see. Those words were clad in red truth and cut off the witch's method of escape. I didn't see red text.
Siesta 410, Siesta 45, ここに.
Siesta 410 right here. Siesta 45 right here. Oh, the Siesta sisters are with Nox? Are with, Delanor? It's been some time, great Lady Beatrice. We were dispatched in accordance with Alliance Agreement 1516 and a request from the Great Court of Heaven. We apologize for the rudeness that is to follow. Formed a precision blockade on the study door. I think it's best if you stay away from it. Yeah.
近景重ねて申し上げる。書斎扉は昨晩23時から現在まで一度たりとも開かれなかったこと。
I say again.
重ねて申し上げ立てまつる。
In red this time. From last night at 2300 until the present time, the study door was not opened even once. Ooh, that's gonna pierce. What's this crap? She did paper trick the door again. I knew it. The paper trick's back.
何の変哲もないレシートよ。
It's a completely ordinary receipt.
でもね、このただの紙切れが
But
あ
even
ん
so,
たの嘘を立証しちゃ
this
うの
mere
よ。
scrap of paper proves you lied.
エヴァは昨べあんたが書斎から出てきた時、
Last night when you came out of the
隙を
study,
見て書斎の扉の隙間にレシートを挟んどったんや。
Ava saw her chance and wedged a receipt into the crack of the study
そして
door.
それは今ルドルフ君が扉を開けてくれた時に落ちたんや。
And it fell down just now when Rudolph Kuhn opened the door for us.
どういう意味かわかる？
You know what that means?
つまりね、昨夜の23時から現在まで。
In other words, from 2300 last night until now,
お父様がこの扉を開けたということはありえないということ。
Father couldn't possibly open this door.
なんだって。
What did you say?
ルドルフ？
Rudolph?
窓の鍵は閉まっていたのよね。
The window was locked, right?
ああ。だからガラスを破ったんだ。
That's why I smashed the glass.
他の窓もすべて施錠されているわ。
The other windows are all locked as
構
well.
造上、外から閉めることはできない。
They're built so you can't lock them from the outside.
近景
There's Kyrie.
謹んで申し上げる。
Cornelia. Kyrie is Cornelia. All
窓
right.
はすべて施錠されていたと知りたてまつれ。
Allow me to speak. Know that the windows were all
兵
locked.
士隊よ、すべての窓を封鎖したまえ。
House guards, blockade all the windows.
アイゼルネ・ユングフラウの名において兵士隊に禁止兵器使用の許可を与える者なり。
In the name of Einzern Jungfrau, I give the palace guards permission to make use of forbidden weapons.
了解であります。
Chester 00 just popped up. Why? We keep getting more people. How many people are there here?
全体禁止兵器赤色弾頭使用許可。
Entire force. Permission granted to use of forbidden weapon. Red
起動コ
warhead.
ード転送開始。
Begin transmitting activation code. In the end,
パスが通らないに。
the password doesn't work. Yeah.
410キャプスロックを解除してもう一度。
410. Turn caps lock off and try again.
シエスタ隊は書斎扉並びに全窓を小銃封鎖完了。
Chester squad. Precision blockade for study door and all windows
物
complete.
理概念他一切の通過が認められた場合。
We warn the great Lady Beatrice that if anything is caught passing through these physically, conceptually, or by any other
無
method,
警告で射撃することを
we will shoot without
大
warning.
ベアトリーゼ卿
大天使衛星4機よりデータリンク。
Data link from
誘
Archangel
導方
Satellite 4.
式氷結型概念誘導。
homing format, verdict model, conceptual guidance.
しかも赤色弾頭ときたね。
And on top of that, we've got red warheads.
追不能、回避不能、生存不能。
Impossible to shoot down, impossible to avoid, impossible to survive when
ベ
hit.
アトリーチェ卿でもコッパみじんに。
It smashed even Lady Beatrice into little bits, and yeah. The Chester squad lay down a pinpoint blockade over the door and all the windows. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these.
これはこれはわらわが歓迎するはずがされているのはわらわではないか。
I should be doing the welcoming, but it seems I'm the one being welcomed.
シエスタ姉妹まで引き連れての表敬訪問とは恐れ入る。
I'm grateful for the courtesy call, and you've even brought the Chester sisters.
近景、退路遮断を完了したこと、謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。
Allow me to inform you your paths of retreat have been cut off.
上司ドラノール、今こそ罪を断ちて清めた
Commander
まえ。
Lanor, allow us to remove the sin and purify.
ご苦労でした。
You've done well,
ミス・ベアトリーチェ。
Miss
あなたの
Beatrice.
退路、立たせていただきました。
I've had your paths of retreat terminated.
扉からも出られず、窓からも出られない。
Cannot leave through the doors, nor can you leave through the windows.
だからもう逃さない。
Escape will be prohibited.
これ式でわらわを閉じ込めたつもりか。
You think you've shut me in with this alone? The Inquisitor of Heresy in Heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. The subordinates used a powerful barrier to block off Beato's methods of escape. Demons tend to resist capture, and as a result, they sometimes escape. However, angels counter by blocking off passages of escape, allowing them to eradicate their targets without fail.
つまりこの書斎は夏日姉さんが昨夜就寝前のご挨拶とやらから。
In other words, this study was a perfect closed room from the time Natsuhi-san claims she said
ル
goodnight.
ドルフが扉を開けるまでの間、完
The
全
time
に
Rudolph
密室
opened the
だ
door.
ったということよ。
ならお父さんがここにおらなあかんはずや。
In that case, Father'd have to be here.
しかし、お父さんの姿は影も形もない。
There's no trace of
ほ
him.
ら、どういうこっちゃというわけや。
Come on, what the hell's going on? You're cornered,
落
Natsuhi.
ち着けと何度も言っておる。
I keep telling you to calm
扉
down.
と窓を塞いだだけでこのベアトリーチェを閉じ込めたつもりなどと少子千万。
The thought that I, Beatrice, could be shut in because the doors and windows are closed is simply laughable.
金蔵、遊ぶつもりだったがどうやら客人にその気はないようだ。
So I was playing around, but it seems our guest has no such
引き
intention.
際を謝らぬうちに失礼させてもらおうぞ。
Let's withdraw before we lose our chance. Time to copium through this closed room. Yeah, I guess so.
この命惜しくはないが、夏希のためにまだ死ねぬでな。
I would not regret losing this life of mine, but for Natsuhi's sake, I can't die yet. Beato waved her pipe and the air was split vertically. Then a pitch black gate opened there and slowly opened. Here, there, and slowly opened. It was a warp portal, the same as the pitch black holes that Gop used.
わらわの資料にはこう書かれていたはずだ。
I believe this was written on my
神
files.
出鬼没。
An elusive
どこへ
phantom
でも現れ、どこへでも消えるとな。
can appear from anywhere and disappear to
わらわがあ
anywhere.
る限り、金蔵を捉えることなど不可能よ。
As long as Kinzo has me, it's impossible to capture him. The pitch black gate opened. The gate led from everywhere and, well, to nowhere. Both Beato and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them, a place where no one could set foot in, much less chase after them.
ここは後ろ宮家当主の書斎ですよ。
It's the study of the Ashirmiya
そ
family
して
head.
お父様が直々に設計に携われた部屋でもあります。
It's also a room that father helped design personally.
扉を経ずとも外に出る仕掛けがあったとしても何の不思議もないとは思いません。
Ah, the classic. Would it be really so strange if he had some way to get outside without using the door?
そうだ、そうですとも。
That's correct.
親方様が隠し扉を持ってたとしても何の不思議もありません。
There'd be nothing strange about the master having a hidden door.
隠し扉？
A hidden door?
そんなものがどこにあるのよ。
And where would that be?
それがわからないから秘密の隠し扉なのです
It's
よ。
a hidden door. I don't
こ
know.
の屋敷には お父様しかご存じない仕掛けや秘密の扉がいくつもあります。
There are several devices and hidden doors in this mansion. Only
直
Father
接
knows
見た
them.
ものはおりませんが、この屋敷の人間なら皆うすうすは知っています。
No one's
そう
seen
です
them
ね。
directly, but everyone in this mansion knows about them vaguely, correct? This is correct. There are a few hidden places, not necessarily in the mansion, but there are places that people don't even know of. Like in this case, they don't even know about Kuidorian, another mansion. An entire other mansion that's on the island. Accessible via a hidden passage through, like, I think the well, like, you can cope pretty hard and say there's lots of hidden stuff on this island without red text.
はい。
Yes. Okay. You're just gonna catch up on that one? Alright.
親方様しかご存じない隠し通路があると確かに昔からささやかれております。
It's true, there's always been rumors about hidden passages only Master knows of.
確かに金蔵さんはそういう類の仕掛けは好きそうですな。
Kinzo would probably like devices such as that.
しかも秘密の隠し
They are
扉
hidden
でござい
doors
ます
after
から
all.
私たちごときが探しても見つからぬのは
They're coping
無理
really
ない
hard.
こと。
Good night, my friend. No matter how much people such as ourselves might search, it's only natural we won't find them.
なるほど。悪魔の証明ってわけね。
So it's a devil's proof. Aye, that it is, Kyrie. Can't prove something doesn't exist.
私たちにはこの部屋に隠し扉が存在する可能性を否定できないと。
You're saying we can't deny the possibility that a hidden door exists in this room?
そんなのでたらめよ、でっち上げよ。
A complete farce. It might very well be, Ava.
お父様の死を隠してる嘘がバレそうだからってよくもそんなことを。
Even considering that your lie about concealing father's death is about to be revealed, how dare you?
そうやせ。この書斎のどこに隠し扉があるんや。
That's right. Where in this study is there a hidden
そ
door?
の存在を証明してみんかい。
Show it exists.
証明不要。
Proof is
悪
unnecessary.
魔の証明であるぞ。
The devil's proof.
隠し扉の存在は発見不能にして否定不能。
It's impossible to find a hidden door and therefore impossible to disprove that it
よって
exists.
金蔵がこの書斎より隠し扉で脱出した可能性を誰も否定することはできぬのだ。
Therefore, no one can deny the possibility Kinzo escaped through from this study through a hidden door. It's already been proven there's no hidden door here. Sorry.
この部屋に隠し扉が存在することを許しません。
I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room. I would like to point out that the hidden door concept has already been disproven by Beatrice herself in one of the earlier matches. So Delanor is not adding new information, merely stating the fact that since it's already been red texted that it doesn't exist, it can't exist. Beato's blue wedge, which she fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Delanor's longsword, and the pitch black gate was crushed as well. And it wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. The warp portal conceptualizing hidden doors would remain destroyed from that point onward.
どうして書斎の主でなければゲームマスターでもないそなたが
Why can someone who's like you, neither owner of the study nor the game master,
赤き真実を
use red truth?
その上何か隠し扉の存在を許さぬとな。
What was that? What do you mean you won't allow hidden doors to exist? Sorry, it's one of Nox's rules.
それがミステリーだからです。
Because this is the mystery
ノ
genre.
ックス第3条秘密の通路の存在を禁ず。
Nox's third, it is forbidden for his hidden
ミ
passages
ステ
to
リーで
exist.
ね。隠し扉など存在してはいけないのです。
Sorry, they don't exist in the mystery genre. Sucks to be,
こ
I
の
guess.
世に我らの神を除いて他に一切の神はなく、一切の隠し扉は存在しません。
In this world, there are no gods other than our God, and no hidden doors exist. The God that declares hidden doors may not exist. All right. Wouldn't that be an
存
interesting
在し
law?
てはなりません。さ
They
せま
must
せ
not
ん。
exist, and we won't let them exist.
我らの神への冒涜
They
で
are
す。
blasphemy against God.
魔女も呆れる傲慢よ。
Enough pride in you to shock a witch?
呆れを通り越して痛快であるわ。
It's so painful to watch, it's actually pleasurable.
来たわね。魔女を貫く銃のくさみ。
Here it is, here it is. The 10 wedges to pierce
相変わら
witches.
ず聞いていて惚れ惚れする暴論だわ。
As usual. It's the kind of irrational argument I love to hear.
愚かね。
What a
悪
fool.
魔の証明なんてあやふやで、これまでは全てを逃れてきたのでしょうけど。
The devil's proof might have been vague enough to let you escape from
ドラ
everything
ノー
until
の
now.
前に、もはやその手は通用しないわよ、ベアトリーチェ。
But now that you're up against Delano, that move won't work anymore, Beatrice.
やはりあなたも凡白の魔女と変わりないです。
As I thought, you're no different from any witch
失
after all.
望します。
I'm a bit disappointed.
ベアト。
Beato.
やはりすんなり逃がしてくれる相手ではなさそ
It
うだ。
seems this isn't an opponent we'll be able to escape from easily after all.
どうかもてなしてくださいな、ベアトリーチェさん。
Please do entertain me,
客
Beatrice.
人にお茶くらい出してほしいものです。
You should at least serve some tea for your
三
guests.
流で結構ですから。
It doesn't even matter if it's third rate.
さあ、この密室書斎
Come,
から
please.
どうやって金蔵さんが脱出したのか、
Use the blue truth.
青き真実で私に教えてください。
Tell me how Kinzo escaped from the closed room study.
よかろう。
Very well.
ほいずらかくでないぞ。
Make sure you don't cry.
金蔵が扉より抜け出した後、レシートの仕掛けに気づき、
Haven't we had
元の
this
場所に
exact
正確に戻した可能性があるぞ。
Haven't we had this exact thing replay itself in chapter 1? Anyway, it's possible after slipping out the door, Kinzo noticed the trick with the receipt and correctly returned it to its original place. Aren't these like Battler's lines verbatim? In blue text form, that is. I guess they're not verbatim, but Battler's lines or arguments in blue text form.
すでに赤で否定済みです。
Denial of that with the red has already been
書
finished.
斎扉は23時以降一度たりとも開かれていません。
After 2300, the door to the study was not opened even once.
金蔵は希代の魔術師で発明家かもしれぬぞ。
Kinzo might have been a marvelous magician and inventor, right?
体を霧にする薬を発明して鍵穴から抜け出したのかもしれぬ。
This is what we call the answer arc, yeah. Alright. He might have invented a drug that turns his body to mist and slipped through the keyhole.
そのような薬は存在しません。
No such drug
存
exists.
在してはいけません。
It must not exist.
あるいはテレポート装置を発明していたかもし
He
れぬぞ。
invented a teleporter,
そ
right?
の可能性とて悪魔の証明で否定不能であろ
It's
うが。
undeniable because of the devil's proof.
そのような機械も存在しません。
Such a machine doesn't exist.
存在することも許しま
I
せ
will
ん。
not allow it to exist. Hidden passages, unknown contraptions.
ほう、この世のすべての薬物をそなたは
You
調
can
べられる
examine
のか？
every drug in the
未
world.
知の科学装置の存在を否定できるのか？
Because this is the exact same thing as Battler's argument versus Beatrice, but it's done from Beatrice's perspective with her giving blue text. You can examine every drug in the world and deny the existence of unknown scientific devices?
できるわけがない。それが悪魔の証明。
There's no way you can, it's the devil's proof.
そなたにその存在を否定できるのだ。
You can't deny they might exist. That's what the red truth is for. That's what the red truth is for. I'll
神
repeat.
の名においてそのような薬も機械も存在させません。
By the name of God, I will not let such a drug or machine
未来
exist.
永劫存在することも許しません。
I will not allow them to exist for all eternity.
未来とな。
Not even in the future.
ほうほう、そなたは人類の未来さえも否定してみせるというのか。
You think you can deny possibilities in the future of the human race?
ノックス第
Maybe.
4条です。
It's Nox's fourth.
未知の薬物および難解な科学装置
God's
の使用
existence
を
is
禁
proven
ず
red. That's right. Nox, the god of Nox's rules, are in fact proven in red. It is forbidden to use unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used. Teleporters are not hard to understand, but the unknown drugs or device that like doesn't conceptually exist here doesn't make sense.
人類の進化と未来が持ち得る知識と技術は我が神が決定します。
The progression of humanity as well as technique and knowledge that might be obtainable in the future are decided upon by our
そ
God.
してその存在の否定を永遠に宣告されました。
The denial of their existence has been proclaimed for
よって
eternity.
未来永劫そのような技術の存在は許しません。許されません。
Therefore, I will not allow such a technique to exist for all eternity. It's not permitted. Beato and Delanor had supposedly gone through a massive exchange of blue and red. However, not only did Delanor not take any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beato might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins and she breathed. Yeah, an eternal proclamation. That's quite impressive, right? She felt both pain and fatigue. But Delanor was like a doll made of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beato's sharp wedges aimed right for Delanor's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. In fact, it's doubtful she even blinks in the first place. Or she never blinks? Beatrice, hang in there.
噂には聞いていたが、最悪の相性だな。
I'd already heard the rumors, but our compatibility really is awful.
夢も希望も未来の可能性さえ許さんとは神々の傲慢恐れ入る。
The dreams, hopes, even future possibilities would be forbidden. The pride of the gods is overwhelming.
さすがは魔女狩り執行人。
I expect no less from a witch hunt execution.
生涯酒を汲み交わすことは叶いそうに
It
ない
seems
ぞ。
we'll never be able to enjoy a drink together. Even the strikes that had made battlers surrender over and over had no effect on Delanor. Well, I more or less knew that was coming, but to think I'd be repelled so easily. Formidable opponent.
おやおや、天下のゴールドスミスも老いぼれたか。
Even the great goldsmith's gotten old and
そな
decrepit.
たの口からそのような言葉が出てくるなど、夜空に彗星を2つ迎えるより珍しい。
Hearing those words come from your mouth is rarer than seeing two comets in the night sky.
老いぼれどころか、とうに死んでいるでな。
I'm already dead.
そうであったな。すまんが、もうしばらくそうはさせぬぞ。
I'm not letting you die for just a little longer. Beato experienced something she'd only rarely felt in her entire life. It's probably what we'd call hardship. Rarely felt, I see. Beato quietly brushed aside Natsuhi's hand that tried to comfort her. She regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride, and continued her readiness to fight.
それで終わりですか？
Is that all?
私が出向くまでもなかった。
There was no need for me to come here.
失望です。
I'm disappointed.
まだであるぞ。今のはほんの小
I'm not
手調
done yet.
べ。
I was testing a few moves
そ
now.
なたの手の内を探ったに過ぎぬわ。
I merely wish to measure your abilities.
意図愚かなりや
Foolish.
身の程を知りたまえ。黄
Know
金
your
の魔女
place, golden witch.
ベアトリーチェ卿。
Lady Beatrice. Beato's expression became tense once again. No longer was there a trace of mischief. The mood had changed.
もはや遊びの時間は終わりだ。
The time for playing is over.
行くぞ。
Here I go.
ならば、金蔵が書斎の出入りをしなかったことを認めようぞ。
In that case, I'll acknowledge Kinzo did not leave or enter the
そ
study.
なたの密室を受け入れようではないか。
Why don't I accept your closed room?
金系。ベアトリーチェは攻撃法を変更したこと。
Let it be known,
申し上げ
Beatrice.
立てまつる。
You changed your pattern of attack? Beatrice, who until then thoroughly resisted the idea that the closed room existed, didn't about face. She proclaimed she accepted their proposition. Of course, it didn't mean she surrendered. This is a new attack of Beato's. Delanor noticed this and readied herself.
どういうこと？
What's going on?
密室を破ろうとしてるのに、どうしてベアトリーチェ卿は密室を認めるに？
Why did Lady Beatrice acknowledge the closed room when she's trying to destroy it? Yeah.
多分この部屋以外の場所で金蔵の存在を主張するつもりです。
Trying to claim Kinzo existed outside the room.
大ベアトリーチェ卿のワープポータル再起動を確認。
Confirmation. Great. Lady Beatrice's warp portal reactivated.
夏日は金蔵と書斎で話をしたと主張しているが、対面で話をしたとまでは言っておらぬ。
Natsuhi claims to have talked with Kinzo in the study, but she never said she spoke with him face to
す
face.
なわち、金蔵が書斎以外の場所にいたとしても、会話が成立すれば矛盾はないわ。
Therefore, if Kinzo was in a location other than the study, there was no contradiction as long as they held a conversation. External lines have been severed, yes? After bouncing at an erratic angle, the witch's stake pierced the top of Delanor's foot. You sure are slow. Top of the foot, all mine. How's it going, Asmodeus?
Natsuhi はこの書斎で
Looking
内
cute, at
線
least.
電話を使い、別の場所にいる金蔵と会話をしていたのだ。
Natsuhi used the internal phone line in the study to speak with Kinzo, who's in
親
another
族た
place.
ちを嫌う金蔵が書斎に立ち入られることを予見して別の場所に避難していたとしても何の不思議もないわ。
There's nothing strange if Kinzo, who hates the relatives, predicted they'd enter his study and left to go
おそら
elsewhere.
くそれは隠し屋敷、クワドリアンかもしれぬぞ。
He might have gone to the hidden mansion, Kuadorian. Asmodeus' stake, which contained the power of Beato's blue truth and pierced Delanor's foot, changed into a blue wedge. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah.
青き真実、有効であります。
Valid. A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up with Beato at its center. The magical power of the once smashed black gate was once again refilled. If I can manage to hold off Delanor here, I'll be able to warp Kinzo out of the study this time and all the way to Kuadorian. Delanor moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue edge out of her foot, but it didn't even budge. Of course, Beato didn't miss this chance. No witch would.
さらに行くぞ、覚悟せよ。
I got more. Get ready.
夏日の言う金蔵が金蔵本人を指さない可能性がある。
There's a chance the Kinzo Natsuhi mentioned does not refer to the person himself.
夏日の言う金蔵とはこの部屋の別称かもしれぬぞ。
The Kinzo Natsuhi he spoke of might have been another name for this room, right?
金蔵はクワドリアンに避難していて連絡不能。
Kinzo had taken refuge in Kuadorian and was impossible to contact.
夏日はこの部屋をお父様と呼び、
Perhaps Natsuhi called this room
この
father.
部屋で瞑想することで金蔵より啓示を受けているつもりになっていたのかもしれぬ。
And by contemplating inside it, she felt as though she received some revelation from Kinzo.
動きを止めたわね。もうあんたの負けよ。
Stop your movement. You've already lost. I don't think she's planning on moving very quickly. What's this? Other foot? Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of Delanor's neck. Of course, this didn't even cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further. Alright.
面白い。
Interesting.
それで終わりですか？
Is that all?
前菜にスープで終わってはコースとは呼ばぬ。
You don't call a full course dinner if you stop at the soups and hors d'oeuvres?
メインディッシュからデザートまで一気に下って腹をぶちまけて死ね。
I don't remember what that's pronounced. I'll hit you with the main dish and the dessert all at once, so watch your stomach explode as you die. Via small bombs?
密室ゆえに脱出不可能というなら、まだこの部屋に隠れている可能性だって否定できぬわ。
And even, if you as you say, this is a closed room and impossible to escape from, you can't deny the possibility he's still hiding in this
隠
room.
し扉ではないぞ。例えば、ベッドの下とか天井裏とか。
I'm not saying hidden door, he might be under the bed or above the
悪
ceiling.
魔さえ知り得ない。それでいて実にさりげない死角に隠れているかもしれぬ
He might be
な。
hiding in a truly unobtrusive blind spot only demons could know of. He could be hiding inside the bookshelf, behind a fake series of books. Sure.
あるいは、金蔵より特別に自分の代行を命じられた夏日は、
It could be that Natsuhi ordered to speak specially on Kinzo's behalf.
自らを当主代行であると同時にもう一人の金蔵だと自覚したかもしれぬ。
Considered herself both his representative and another Kinzo. Inside the armor would be the biggest Chad move ever. Oh my god.
夏日が同時に金蔵でもあるという可能性だ。
In other words, it's possible Natsuhi was also Kinzo.
まだまだあるぞ。金蔵は昨夜の23時の時点で窓から脱出していた。
I got plenty more. At 2300 last night, Kinzo escaped out the window.
そして夏日がそれを見届け窓に施錠をした。
Natsuhi watched him go, then locked the window.
これでも何の問題もないぞ。いや、むしろ一番美しい青き真
Doesn't
実
lead
で
to
は
any
ないの
problems.
か。
In fact, it might be the most beautiful blue truth yet.
どうだ、ドラノルエノックス。
How's that, Delanor Enox?
この密室より脱出する方法などいくらでもあるわ。
There are many ways to escape from this closed room. And that's the first time I think we've seen the text escape the dialogue box because it's so long. I didn't realize that was the case, but when it escapes the dialogue box, the next page prompt is actually in the background and not in front of the floating templates. Interesting. How's it going, Satan? Know your foolishness and try to oppose my master. There's no need for you to argue back. This is sleep for all eternity. The seven sisters appeared from Beato's golden tornado one after another, piercing Delanor with blue wedges. 4 wedges buried into her neck, chest, gut, and thigh, including the one buried into the top of her foot. She was pincushioned by 5 stakes. Beatrice-sama! When's my turn? I'll use you if I think of any more. Be quiet for now. Poor Leviathan. How do you like that, Delanor the Witch Hunter? For skewering and burning so many witches in the past, how does it feel to be skewered by a witch this time? They were all ridiculous arguments that came fiercely one after another. Though a total of 5 wedges pierced Delanor, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, her movements had indeed been limited. Witches, sir, are scary. Can't beat that twisted logic, can you? They don't violate the Nox Decalogue. It's valid.
Even
if there's no one in the study, even if it was a closed room, that alone is not enough to deny Father's existence. Against a normal opponent, I'd think the matter's settled by now. But this is Delanor, head inquisitor of heresy. This ruthless woman killed even her own father when he violated the Decalogue. Kinzo. Now. Right. Now that Delanor had been pinned down, this is their last chance to recover their magical power and escape. Once again, a pitch-black gate began to rise slowly in front of Beato and Kinzo. Though the gate had once been opened by simply drawing in the air, it wasn't so easy in the study now, filled as it was with the power of denial. What do you think, everyone? No matter how much you question the state of this study, you can't question whether or not Father's in good health. Oh, you say. Both you and I? We better not forget we're part of this battle, right? I cannot battle against witches, but I can fight against you. Erika grinned at Natsuhi with a smile more demonic than a real demon's. True, we've met several. Natsuhi-san. Let me ask you again. Last night you're sure you spoke with Ushiromiya Kinzo-san, right? Yes. I repeatedly said I came to deliver a report for the day and say goodnight. Maybe a strange thing to ask, but since it's needed to prove your innocence, answer me straightforwardly. This Kinzo you speak of is the Ushiromiya Kinzo-san we all know of, right? It isn't a different person or thing with the same name, is it? I'm not sure what you mean. You're not sure. You're not sure. It's like this. Like this? Okay. You didn't, for instance, start calling this room itself Father after Father's death, right? That's what she's asking.
あん
Yeah,
たは
good
お父
thought.
様にお休み前に一日の報告をしていたなんて言ってたわね。
You said you gave a daily report to father before he went to sleep, right?
それはお父様という名の書斎で
That doesn't mean you gave.
一日の報告を壁に向かってしていたという意味じゃないの。
Ah, okay. That doesn't mean you gave a daily report to the wall here all by yourself inside the study called father, right?
無礼な。
How rude.
そんなことはありません。
None of the sort happened.
お父様はお父様です。
Father
健
is
在でいら
father.
っしゃいます。
He's in
そ
good
して
health.
確かに昨夜、私はここで報告とお休みの挨拶をさせていただきました。
I most certainly gave him a report and said goodnight to him last night.
何のごまかしも言い逃れもありません。
I'm not trying to trick you or talk my way out of anything.
なるほど。
I see, I see.
では、私の言葉が復唱できますか？
In that case, can you repeat what I'm about to
あ
say?
なたが何のごまかしもまやかしもないというなら、私の言葉が復唱できるはずです。
If you aren't tricking or deceiving us in any way, you should be able to do it.
いいでしょう。
Fine.
何でも復唱します。
I'll repeat whatever you want.
復唱要求。
Repeat.
後宮夏日は昨夜23時。
Ushirumi Natsuhi did at
この
2300
部屋
last
で
night.
後宮金蔵と確かに同室して会話しました。
At 2300 last night, speak with Ushirumi So Ushirumi Natsuhi did at 2300 last night speak with Ushirumi Kinzo while in the same room as him, this room.
私、後宮夏日は昨夜23時。
Ushirumi Natsuhi did at 2300 last night.
この部屋で後宮金蔵と確かに同室して会話しました。
Speak with Ushirumi Kinzo while in the same room as him, this room.
グッと。では最後にお聞きします。
Then one last thing.
まさか夏日さん、
Seriously now,
その
Natsuhi-san.
後に金蔵さんを窓から放り出して自ら窓を閉めて施錠したなんてことはありませんよね。
You didn't do anything like throwing Kinzo-san out the window after your conversation and locking the window behind him,
そ
right?
れでも筋が通っちゃいますので。
Everything makes sense if you did.
どうして私がお父様を窓から追い出さなくてはならないのですか？
Why would I want to chase father out the window? Oh no, Natsuhi is throwing by not giving him an out of disappearing. Oh, you're screwed,
程
Natsuhi.
があります。愚弄に
I
も
was
程があ
giving
り
her
ま
the
す。
benefit of the doubt that she was gonna go with a specific plan. Yeah, Natsuhi's throwing. Oh man, Natsuhi, that's not good. You gave up on all the possibilities for what Kinzo could be. Oh, that's panic acceptance. Where she's not committing to any of her lies. She's not committing to any lie here, and it's gonna screw her. She needs to lie at some point. She's saying the exact truth minus Kinzo's lack of existence, but she's not thinking things through. R.I.P. in peace, Ushirumi and Natsuhi. How would I chase father at the window? This is intolerable. This mockery is intolerable.
金家謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。
Allow me to speak.
夏日の指す金蔵とは後宮金蔵以外のいかなるものも意味しないこと。
Let it be said,
謹
when
んで申し上げ
Natsuhi
る。
refers to Kinzo, she means Ushirumi Kinzo and nothing else.
金家謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。
Allow me to
夏
speak.
日は書斎にて23時に金蔵と対面したことを主張するものなり。
Claims to have met face to face with Kinzo in the study at 2300. You realized how screwed you were, Natsuhi? Natsuhi let out a cry, but it was too late. She had totally been suckered in by their provocation. The blue wedge in the foot representing a telephone discussion. Gone. The blue wedge to the neck representing the study itself being called Kinzo. Gone. The wedge to the gut representing Natsuhi herself being called Kinzo. Gone. The blue wedge to the thigh representing Natsuhi letting Kinzo escape out the window and locking it afterwards. Gone. The four of them were smashed with a thin sound, because Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth, had denied them. Those denials had gained the power of the red truth. Natsuhi is too heavy for Beato to carry her? Yeah, too bad. Despite Kinzo's absence in this closed room, Beato had introduced 5 ways Kinzo could still exist. Natsuhi carelessly crushed the premises behind 4 of these herself. Only one wedge remained. In other words, this is the last blue truth that could bury the contradiction of Kinzo existing in the study at 2300, but not existing there later, after it became a closed room. The theory that pierced Delanor's chest, Kinzo is hiding somewhere in this room. That's a bit risky. With that theory, even if Kinzo wasn't present in this closed room, he could still exist here. If this wedge of Satan's were to be crushed, their chances of escaping this room would be hopelessly dim. Is it all looking good, Satan? Sorry, Natsuhi's throwing too hard. Beatrice, quickly escape while you still can. Delanor slowly grasped the final wedge, which still pierced her chest. Apparently that vice-like grip was hurting Satan, as though all the bones in her body were being broken. Sorry, Satan. All that remains is this one wedge. It was about Kinzo hiding somewhere in this room, correct? As the detective, I searched all those places. If I didn't find him, where else could he be hiding? With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Delanor slowly approached Beato. If this wedge were taken out, then... Allow me to ask. Just where in this study is Kinzo hiding? Well then. Maybe he's under the bed? Let's check out that place has been finished. Wait, who would say bathtub? The bathtub? Let's check out that place has been finished. The closet. The desk. Behind the curtains. Let's check it out. Look at that face. Oh my goodness. Look at that face. What the heck, Delanor? What is this face, Delanor? Oh my goodness. That's a curious face. She's just like, oh, you're screwed. It's all over now. Check finished. Check finished. Delanor just thinking, look at this little shit. Behind the bookshelf. Behind the closet. The carpet. Under the carpet. Under the floor. Above the ceiling. Behind the wallpaper. Inside a bookshelf. In the sofa, inside the chair. In the bed, in the blankets, in the walls. Inside a rock. In a crag. Wait, what? Inside the room. What is that? Alright, death. It's finished. She's checked everywhere. And she declared, die the death, sentenced to death, the great equalizer is the death. Wow, that's certainly a line. That's certainly a line, alright. Whew. That was a curious line I wasn't expecting to read, okay. The strange insert of unusual English, alright. And a maniacal face. No locations would work against Delanor by this point. Delanor took Beto's final desperate onslaught head on, turning everything back with a far stronger power of denial. Beat them up. Knock them down with overwhelming force. No longer does any place exist in this study for Kinzo to escape to. Die the death! Beato was blown back like a leaf dancing in the wind. Knocked around and over again like an empty can lying on a road. By now, no matter how many times Beato used Blue Truth, it wouldn't be able to defeat Delanor's Red.
けないもんですね。魔女なんて
Witches are so pathetic.
無限の言い逃れで真実をごまかし続けるだけ。
You just try to talk your way out of things, endlessly trying to
ド
confuse
ラ
the
ノー
truth.
ルの言葉を私も借ります。
Let me borrow Delano's
失
words.
望ですよ、ベアトリーチェさん。
Did she say Zetsubo? Zetsubo, this Beatrice-san? Okay. Beatrice-san, that's rough. That's rough. Zetsubo, despair. Oof. Erika coldly delivered these decisive words to Beato, who was crawling on the ground.
探偵権限。
Detective's
探
authority.
偵はすべての現場を検証する権利を
The
持つ。
detective has the right to inspect all crime
そして
scenes.
私は権利を行使しました。
I have
よ
exercised
って
this right.
宣言します。
Therefore, I can say this.
この部屋に金蔵さんはいません。
Kinzo-san is not inside
そ
this
して
room.
部屋の密室も完璧です。
Furthermore, this room is a perfect closed
以上
room.
の2点から断言します。
In the above 2 points, I can state
こ
this
の部屋
fact.
はずっと無人です。
This room was
ナ
empty
ツ
the
シ
whole
さん
time.
が金蔵さんに昨晩ここで会ったと
Natsuhi.
嘘をついていたのです。
Natsuhi-san lied about having met Kinzo-san here last night.
以上、これでチェックメイトです。ベアトリーチェさん。
Makes checkmate, Beatrice-san. Gets really close to losing. Someone on the other side hard throws, and they say it's like it's Beato's fault. And it was too easy. Yeah. Yeah, a bit rude, right? But I mean, in reality, it's entirely just Natsuhi by herself throwing as hard as humanly possible and no Beatrice. Right? Like, holy crap, Natsuhi, man, you threw
い
hard.
かがです？
How's
ただ
that?
この部屋が存在するだけで、
Simply by the existence of
フ
this
ル
room.
ドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
This level of reasoning is possible for Furuto
い
and
かがでしょうか？
You
皆
think
様
everyone? At these words, the final wedge shattered, and at the same time, the pitch black gate that was about to open shattered once more. This time, the warp portal had been completely destroyed. No longer would Kinzo be permitted to exist in this room or escape from it. Beato struggled to her feet, but that was the best she could do. She no longer had the energy to fight. She'd taken all of the denying red head-on from close range. It took all her strength just to withstand a pain so strong it felt like she'd vomit up her insides. Even Beato, who always aimed for the title of strongest and most evil witch, couldn't do a thing against a witch hunter. No matter how sturdy a sandcastle you build on a beach, it could never win against the rising tide.
すまぬ。
Sorry,
金蔵。
Kinzo.
やっぱ相手が悪い。
Looks like this opponent really was tough after all.
ベアトリーチェ、感謝するぞ。
Beatrice, I think.
恨み残りし私のためによくぞここまで戦ってく
You've
れた。
done so much for me despite your remaining grudge.
死期を悟ると
Yes, it's
走
true.
馬灯が見えるってのは
Your life flashes
本当らし
before
い
your
な
eyes. You see death coming.
そなたの若かりし日々の面影を
I remembered how you looked when you were
思い出してしま
young.
腹が立つくらい
You're annoyingly like
バトラに似ておったな。
私の魂もそして当主の資格も今やすべてバトラが受け継いでおるわ。
I now pass on everything, my soul, and the qualifications of the head to
も
Battler.
はや何の未練も
I no longer
な
have
し。
any regrets. And with that, Kinzo's gone.
バトラ
Battler,
すまぬ。
my apologies.
そなたと
Oh,
再び
pitiful.
戦おうと誓いながら
Well, we can't all be winners here.
この程度で
I
手締
swore
ま
to
い
fight
と
with you once again.
無念だ。
Must settle my accounts like this. To Beato, it seemed as though Battler met her gaze. There's no way he could have. This Battler was Peace Battler. There's no way he could see Beato in this higher level world. However, his eyes really did meet hers. Even though they couldn't have, Beato was sure they did. As Erika, Eva, and the others closed in on Natsuhi, questioning her over and over, only Battler stood apart from the tumult. His expression held none of the enthusiasm and excitement that the other humans had. It just piercingly and coldly surveyed the scene. And the expression on his face was a quiet displeasure, anger, He wasn't feeling compassion for Natsuhi because her lie was about to be exposed. However, he couldn't excuse Erika, a self-proclaimed intellectual rapist who simply enjoyed cornering Natsuhi and those who sympathized with her. Then he whispered softly, "It's useless." Beato and the others definitely heard that.
バトラーはまさかこの劣勢をひっくり返せるというのか?
You don't think Battler might turn things around from his weakened position?
ありし日の私ならできただろうな。
I could have probably done it back in the day. This is where he's like, what if she was ordered to lie about this? That's where Battler comes up and saves her, right?
そしてバトラーならできるで。
バトラー。
バトラーよ。
Battler.
私より全てを受け継ぎし男であるならば、今こそその証を示せ。
If you're indeed the man who will inherit everything from me, now's the time to prove it. What?
黄金の魔女伝説をこんなところで終わらせるな。
Don't let the legend of the Golden Witch end here. This is where Battler's like, what if?
私は昨夜、確かにここで
I met
お
Father
父
here
様
last
に会い
night.
ました。確かにです。
It's true.
そして後宮家の栄光ある歴史とそれを担う責任の重さについて。
He spoke to me of the Umineko family's glorious history as well as the burden of bearing it.
もうその嘘は暴かれているんです。
Your lie has already been exposed, Natsuhi-san.
あなたが昨夜一人でこの部屋にいたことはもう
How
分
do
か
you
って
know you
るん
were
です。
alone in this room last night?
そろそろ諦めて告白に入ってもらえま
No
せんか
time to give up and confess.
犯人の往生際の悪さとミステリーの出来の悪さは比例するんです。
Culprits who are bad at giving up tend to go with bad mystery
最後
novels.
くらいこれがちょっとはマシな三流ミステリーだったことを証
At
明し
least
て
in
く
the
ださ
end.
い。
Please prove this is a slightly better third-rate mystery than that.
ああ、ダメだな。
Ah, it's useless.
全然ダメだぜ。
It's all useless. Battler, who'd been silent by himself up until then, spoke. At first it sounded as though he was attacking Natsuhi, but when Erika realized he was glaring directly at her, her expression visibly clouded with displeasure.
何がダメなんですか?
Just what are you calling useless?
ミステリーが三流なら、その探偵も三流だな。
If this is a third-rate mystery, the detective's third-rate too. Listen.
いいぜ。俺がじい様になってやるよ。
I'll become grandfather.
バトラー?
Battler?
あなたが金蔵さんに?
You'll become Kinzo-san?
まさか金蔵さんになってこの部屋からの失踪を再現してみせようって言うんですか?
You're saying you'll become Kinzo-san and reenact his disappearance from this room?
まさか私のチェックメイト
You
を
intend to
否
deny
定さ
my
バカ
checkmate?
な。
Ooh. Here it
こ
comes.
の男は何を
What
言
is
って
this
るの
man
です
saying?
か?
新しく来たお嬢さん方、こ
Hey, new
この
girls.
ゲームは初めてか?
Your first game, right?
悪いが、その程度でチェックメイトって言っちまうようじゃ、
Sorry, but it's
全
useless
然
to
ダメ
call
だ。
checkmate after a little something like that. I, Battler, have to make sure the stalemate. Wait a minute. Who's supposed to be winning this game? Oh, Battler. Right, Battler's the one who wants to win this game. Sorry. It's hard to tell with Battler endlessly throwing and forcing stalemates.
本当にダメだ。
It's all useless. What are you talking about,
どういう
Battler?
ことだバトラーお前が親
You
父
say
に
you'll
なるだ
become
と
dad?
ああ、
Yeah.
再現してやるぜ。俺
I'll
が
reenact
じい様になって、この部屋から消え去って。
I'll become grandfather and disappear from this room.
扉も窓もアウトやで。どう
You
やっ
can't use the
て
windows or the door, right? How would you do it?
隠し扉の場所が分かったんです
A
か?
hidden door, perhaps?
私たちにはさっぱり。
I don't have a clue either.
ええ、さっぱり。
Russell. The sound wasn't the noise of the onlookers fidgeting, it was a provocative chill that ran up Erika's spine.
気に入りました。
Interesting.
そうですね。あなたは当主の指輪を持つ後宮家次期当主。
You're the successor to Ashiramiya family headship, the one who bears the
金
head's
蔵さ
ring.
んの代役を務める資格は十分あるでしょう。
That should more than qualify you to stand in for Kinzo-san.
見せてもらおうじゃないですか。
Let's have a
あな
look
た
at
の
your
推
theory.
理。
Alright, does Battler have a theory to throw? Does Battler have a theory to save Beatrice in the existence of that Kinzo? Let's not leave on this cliffhanger. We'll leave on another one. Let's have a look at your theory. There's a will, there's a way for Battler to throw, and let's see him throw Erika's win out the window. Erika's expression was no longer a challenging smile, it was malicious. Overwhelmingly displeased, she couldn't conceal her anger at having this very pleasurable time of hers ruined. How will he get us out of here? Well, alright then. I've got it. The move is still open. You finally figured it out, damn geezer. Hidden doors, hiding under the bed, all that stuff is so pitiful it brings tears to the eyes. It is, isn't it? This is the Ashiramiya Kinzo we're talking about here. There's gotta be a more thrilling and exciting answer. Exactly. How pitiful. I couldn't think of it even though it was about me. And how pitiful. The only one... Oh my goodness. And how pitiful that the only one of my relatives to understand me is Battler, the kid who returned after being gone 6 years. Battler, take my place. Do not shame me.
Oh, Zizi.
Sure, Graham.
I'll
teach these guests what the dignity of the Ashiramiya family head is all about. What's the plan to do, father? Okay, Natsuhi, Beatrice watch. Alright, so either she was ordered to conceal his disappearance, either A, or B, he's Ashes. It could be Ashes, right? Like, he could be Ashes or in the bottle or some shit. I don't know if that counts. That would be my thought, is that he's, like, been incinerated and these are his remains or something, so she talked to him face to face or something like that. Gave him a report, and maybe that's how it goes. We'll show you what being the Ashiramiya family head truly entails. What's he trying to prove? What's this Battler trying to prove? There's no way he can do anything. The perfect closed room. Oh, Natsuhi, come over here. Move as I tell you to. Battler called Natsuhi over to the window and whispered something to her with his back towards the others. Miss Delano. You're ready for everything, right? It's not possible for Kinzo and the wish to slip out this room, right? Of course. Gertrude, Cornelia, Palace guards. Double check that the seal of this closed room is perfect. Please allow me to speak. Our barrier is perfect. Allow me to speak. There are no hidden doors and escape will not be granted through either door or window. Palace guards, when Battler engages the barrier, fire windows arrows without hesitation. Chester Court, Roger. Battler, prepare yourself. Escaping from this room is impossible. But he'll do it. Yeah. How? He's certain he can succeed even without any basis. That's what it means to be a Ashiramiya head. Yeah. Let's watch. Yes. Let's see the majesty of Riche's opponent. I'll begin. Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move. Grandfather was lying in bed like this, grunting his understanding of Natsuhi's daily report or whatever. Battler laid down on the bed himself, and as if it still mattered now, Erika grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to her.
そして俺は返事をしなくなり
And then I stop answering and sleep.
まあ
Well,
どうせ長話に飽きて寝たふりでもしたんだろうぜ
realistically speaking, I probably get tired of all that talking and only pretend to be asleep.
貴様は分かっておる
You really do get it. I see.
私はお父様がお
Father's
休みに
gone
な
to
ったのを黙礼してから立ち去ります
Bow silently and leave. Natsuhi lowered her head to Battler, who was lying down in the bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around as though doing an inspection of the room.
夏日おばさんはじい様の就寝を見届けた後室内のチェックをしてから退出するそうだ
After seeing grandfather was asleep, Natsuhi probably did an inspection of the room before leaving.
もちろんシャノンちゃんたちに毎日掃除をさせてるんだが
Of course, she had Shen and Chan and the others clean it every day.
おばさんは細かくチェックしている
But she still checks it thoroughly herself, making sure there's no dust piling up,
消耗品は切れてないかどうか
making sure he's not out of consumables.
はい
Yeah.
大切な当主様の部屋ですから使用人任せにせず
This is the room with the
自らでも
precious family
細かく
head.
チェックしています
I check everything carefully myself instead of relying
こ
entirely
れ
on
は
the
必
servants.
ず行っていることです
I always do that.
そうです
True.
奥様は普段からとても丁寧にチェックしています
Madam usually checks things very carefully.
チェックは細かく水場の消耗品一つ一つにまで及びます
Her inspections are detailed. She even checks all the consumables in the washroom one by one.
つまりよくテレビドラマで見るような窓辺の埃だけじゃね
In other words, we aren't just talking dust on the windowsill like you see all the
水
time
場
on
の
TV.
洗剤の残量やトイレのトイレットペーパーの
Checks to
残
see
数
there's
さ
enough
えに
soap and toilet paper in the washroom.
毎日でなくてもいいだろうに
Probably doesn't have to do it every day though. She's very devoted.
それが一日たりとも
My routine.
当主様のお部屋のチェックに気の緩みがあってはなりません
I mustn't slack off in my inspection of the head's room for even a single day.
それが
Your
なんだってもったいぶるのも大概にしてください
Please keep any showing off to a minimum.
もったいぶるのは探偵の特権でしょ
Isn't the showing off the biggest perk to it being a detective? but that's me.
探偵は
I'm the detective.
この私
こうして書斎にいればわかるだろうが書斎という名で呼んではいるが
Since we're in the study, you can probably tell, but even though we call it a
ここは
study,
もはや屋敷の中に存在するセカンドハウスと言ってもいい
it's not wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion.
寝室があり
It has a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, even a toilet and
水場
bath.
がありトイレも風呂もある
Okay.
つまり一つの部屋じゃない
In other words, it's not a single
一つ
room.
の家と言っていい
You could call it a full house, yes, and
書斎内の構造説明感謝です
thank you for your explanation of the room's layout.
しかしそのどこかに隠れるという手はすでに破られています
The move of having him hide somewhere in this room has already been defeated.
隠れはしないさ
He's not
だが
hiding.
資格はいくらでもあるはずだ
However, there's got to be several blind
例え
spots.
ば夏日おばさんがトイレットペーパーの数を調べにトイレに入ってる間
For example, if Aunt Natsuhi went into the bathroom to check the amount of
夏
toilet
日おば
paper,
さんから書斎のほぼ全ては視覚とな
most of the study would be outside her range of vision.
つまり
In other
書
words,
斎
for
の
every
ほぼ
location
全
in the
域か
study,
ら観測者が消えたわ
the
け
sole observer would have disappeared. Yeah. Yeah, he's saying she obsessively checked everywhere and he disappeared through the door while she was doing stuff and she never noticed it. Alright. That works.
観測者消失
Observer disappearance.
金蔵が失態します
We've lost track of Kinzo.
金家書斎内に魔女の闇が充満せしこと
Let it be
申し上
said, the
げ
witch's
立て
darkness
まつる
is filling the study.
よいぞ闇の力が
Excellent.
満ち
Watch as it fills with the power of darkness. Apparently Natsuhi is very thorough because Ava pounding on the door for like 20 minutes was not noticeable. But alright, go with it. Ava was sitting out there pounding on the door for like 5-10 minutes asking to be let in. Or no, was it only 5 seconds? It might not have been that long, who knows. I think it was a pretty short time. Watch the fills with the power of darkness. And Kinzo escapes into the void.
観測者が夏日がいなくなったからなん
So
だ
if the
と
observer, if Natsuhi goes away,
そ
so
れで
what next? Then you say he leaves? before Eva arrives and is gone. That's the time you give him.
じい様はようやく小うるさい夏日おばさんが姿を消したので
When grandfather noticed the fussy aunt Natsuhi leaving, he got up.
どうして
What?
このようなイカれた夜にイカれた天気の夜空をめでることに勝る酒の魚はないわ。
On a twisted night such as this, what better way to enjoy a drink than bathed in twisted weather under the night sky?
夏日おばさんがトイレという資格にいる以上
Since Natsuhi's in the blind spot of the
じい
bathroom,
様には書斎を
it
自
becomes
由に歩き
possible
回ることが可
for
能に
grandfather to walk about the study at will. It was possible for him to move without Natsuhi's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsuhi knew.
警告バトラが書斎扉に接近するであります
Warning, Battler's approaching study door.
金系
Allow me to speak.
書斎扉のロック解除時には騒音が鳴り響くものなりや
A noise rings out when the lock on the study door is released. Natsuhi was distracted.
夏日に不審に思われずして扉より出ることかなわぬと知りたま
You
え
cannot leave through the door without Natsuhi thinking something's odd. Because Battler acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately sent out a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsuhi's blind spot, however.
そうよ
That's right, there's the
本当よ
sound. Yeah.
オートロックの解除に
You
は
know
大
there's a
きな
loud
音が
sound
す
when
る
the
の
auto
を
lock's released.
私たちは知っているわ書斎内の死角に夏日がいたとしてもオートロックを解除する時のあの大きな音は聞き逃さない
Even if Natsuhi was in a blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't miss hearing
不
that.
審に思わないはずがない
Or she'd find it odd.
金系
Allow me to speak.
夏日は扉の開く音在室中に聞くことはなかりけりこと
Let it be
申
said
し上
that
げ立てま
Natsuhi
つる
did not hear the sound of the door opening while in the room. She could have missed it. Okay, this is the next thing. We co-part her. The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, that autolock always lets off a massive sound. She'd have to be able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsuhi had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous night, making it clear nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Any argument that relied on Natsuhi failing to hear the lock wouldn't work.
金系重ねて申し上げ立てまつる
Allow me to speak once
扉よ
more.
り金蔵が出入ることかなわぬものなり
Entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted.
金系無駄なあがきと申し上げ立てまつる
Let it be said, this is a useless
いと
struggle.
愚かなり
It is foolish. True.
確かに破れねえな扉の姉ちゃんの赤
I can't break through the red of the girl by the door.
だが窓のあんたはどうだ
But what about you over there by the window? Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window.
しっかり張れよ結界とやら
Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight.
お前ぶっ飛ぶ
You're gonna be blasted away, okay? By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia. It was the window. He was gonna smash this closed room from the window. Not expected to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for a second, but quickly regained her composure. On rare occasions, struggling, fleeting witches could directly challenge the barriers Cornelia set up. Such witches were always fighting desperately on the brink of death.
金系慎んで申し上げる
Allow me to
バ
speak.
トラの標的はあなたコーネリ
You're Battler's target,
注
Cornelia.
意申し上げるものなりや
I ask you, be on your guard.
いと愚かなり神よこの愚かなる子羊を憐
God
れみ
have
たまえ
pity on this foolish lamb.
羊じゃね
I'm
え
no
後ろ
sheep.
宮家当主ってのはな
The head of the Ashirmiya family is an eagle.
片翼でもな
One wing.
その程度の窓で書斎にいつまでも閉じ込めておけると思うんじゃねえぜ
Don't think you can keep me shut up in this study forever with a flimsy window like that? Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple, Battler ran forward like a white leopard. Okay, he's gonna say like she closed the window after him. Yup. This guy.
こいつは
Couldn't possibly mean to. This is,
金系
allow me to speak.
我が赤が破れる道理はな
There's
し
no way to defeat my red.
そなたの望み
No,
叶
your
う
wish
こと
will
な
not
し
be
と知
granted.
りたまえ
Uh-oh, there's no red text in that. Cornelia thrust out both arms and made a sign. When she did, a red barrier closed in front of Battler.
無駄と申し上げ立てまつる後ろ宮バトラ
Know that your course is a fruitless one, Battler. That's not in red.
金系我が窓は内より閉ざされまた夏日が金蔵を逃したることもなし
Know Know that this window is sealed from the inside and Natsuhi did not help Kinzo escape.
Natsuhi おばさんがじい様を逃がしたんじゃねえ。
I'm not saying Natsuhi helped grandfather escape. But what if grandfather snuck out, keeping it a secret from Natsuhi? But why would Kinzo go out the window on his own?
このイカれた晩に雨天へ飛び出すくらい。
What better way to enjoy a drink on a twisted night
酒の座興程度にしかならぬわ。私にとってはな。
Then leaping through rain-swept skies. All right.
でもここ3階ですよ。
It's the third floor, right? It's not possible.
そなたとて階段を降りるとき一段くらい飛ばすこともあるであろう。
Even you've jumped down a flight of stairs at least once in your life, right?
金蔵なら3階くらいは。
3 stories is nothing for Kinzo.
やりかねませんな。
I wouldn't put it past him.
やりかねませんね。
I wouldn't.
そんな。
That's ridiculous.
バカな。
He jumped and landed 3 stories. Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier and it shattered with a crisp sound. Alright, it was all too quick. It almost looked as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler. Endless Night. Magic resistance power, Endless Night.
コーネリア様、防げません。
Cornelia, you can't block it. Retreat. At the same time, the barrier shattered. The window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtains fluttered for an instant. Though it was filled with rain, the heavens and courtyard were spread out in front of them. A fitting exit for an eagle leaping from this closed room.
コーネリア、結界を張り直すのです。
Cornelia, repair the barrier.
御意。
As you wish, Commander Delano.
ここを破ること、断じて叶わぬと知りた
No,
ま
you
え。
won't be allowed to break this. Yes, the explanation is that Kinzo just ran and jumped out of a 3rd-story floor and survived this. Breaking both of his legs and then disappearing without a trace. It's a curious choice. You're falling like an easy 20 feet. Seems legit, alright. Old guy in his 80s just jumps. Yeah, I guess we wouldn't put it past him. Though the 3 people who said wouldn't put it past him are all people who already know he's dead. So, sure, wouldn't put it past him. I mean, they'd also not put it past him to die and be reborn. So like, you know, why not? They're like, oh yeah, his head got blown off. Oh, well, I wouldn't put it past him to get back up. Cornelia quickly returned to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was the last one. Allow me to speak. Let's accept for the time being, Kinzo escaped through the window. How did he lock the window? Which cannot be locked from the outside? The window was locked from the inside? Useless. That was Natsuhi. Kinzo and Battler grinned. Did she think this feeble red could block the charge of Battler and Kinzo, the 2 family heads?
じい様が窓より飛び出した後、夏日おばさんはちょっとした隙間風に気づいただろうさ。
Yep. After grandfather jumped out the window, Natsuhi probably noticed a slight draft.
そして窓辺に近づき、窓が開きっぱなしになっていたことに気づき、慌てて閉めて施錠したんだ。
It doesn't look like you can climb down from the outside wall, and it would be really hard to do in the rain. But I guess if we assume that he's done it 200 million times and that he wouldn't fail, he could do it. But that's like, oh yeah, could you do this? Like, yeah, sure, I guess maybe if you're like perfect. But that's how this game works, right? She then approached the window, realized it was wide open, and quickly closed it and locked it. She couldn't have imagined I'd slip out the window. Yep. And Natsuhi hasn't confirmed or denied whether or not she touched the windows.
だから、夏日おばさんがじい様はベッドで寝ていると思ったのは当
It's
然
only
のこと
natural
な
Aunt
んだ。
Natsuhi thought Kinzo was sleeping in bed. I mean, it works. Now that Battler found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Unbelievable, right? The barrier was more firm than any Ronove had used against Jessica, and yet it was destroyed so easily. Although Battler was rushing fiercely and almost reached Cornelia, that she didn't step aside. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name. Einstein Jungfrau didn't allow her to step aside. Took a charm from her pocket, placed it against the thin air, and made a sign. Then not red, but blue burned there. It was far more frail than the red barrier. It was her last method of resistance. We'll go through. We'll get through. Let me speak, let me speak. Be as it may, this is the 3rd floor. How could a wingless human escape from the window? Know that you won't get through? You won't! Okay. Put your whining and watch. This is the answer. Battler jumped. He burst through Cornelia and her blue barrier, knocked them away, and his body flew out the window through the darkness of the rainy sky. Alright, so Battler's gonna jump out the window, do a roll, and be like, I can do it. The fragments of the blue barrier are scattered, beautifully adorning the surrounding air. The closed room had been smashed open. Battler flew out of the mansion, through the sky above the rainy courtyard, all the raindrops became small round gems and were scattered through the air. Battler flew across the treasure box world of that exquisite stormy sky, through countless gems of rain that filled it. In the sky over the world frozen in time, Delanor and Battler faced each other. Battler, who had smashed and flown at the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, and Delanor was another knight who floated in the air waiting for him. In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by Ushiromiya Mansion and frozen in time, the true head of the Ushiromiya family and the disciple of heaven who would test him crossed paths. Well done. When you fall into the courtyard, whether you live or die, it won't change the fact Kinzo could have defeated the closed room. You have thrown your life away and jumped our martyr. Well done, you've smashed our closed room barrier. Splendid, Ushiromiya Battler. However, I'm the head inquisitor of heresy, Delanor A. Nox. I cannot allow you to escape from out from under my nose. At the end, allow me the honor of crossing swords with you. Yeah, bring it. This game's surprisingly unrelenting. In this world where the gems of rain fell slowly like large snowflakes on a snowy field, Delanor and Battler slowly crossed paths. Seemed slow, and yet it's happened in a flash. I mean, based on the structure of this building, on the outside facade, it looks like there's a small ledge below the window. Enough for your hands. So, drop, put your feet on the sill of the one below it, repeat what you did to get to the ledge. Do it until you get to the ground, pretty easy. In the rain, not so much, but I mean, fuck it. Let's say he's got perfect grip. It happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. Knight confronted knight head-on, and everything would be settled with a single strike. Blue and red crossed paths. Was it shown beforehand that a blind spot existed within the study for Natsuhi? If it wasn't shown, this theory will not be permitted. It was stated that there were several rooms in it, sure. Nox's 8. It's forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. There are multiple rooms. The possibility of loss of line of sight was real. Delanor's double strike with both the blue and red blades reached out to slice Battler and failed. Long swords which never lost over the course of 100 battles cut through empty air. We entered the study, its structure was clearly described, yep. Too bad for you. For the first time, an expression showed on Delanor's face, a sudden smile, She knew about that long before. However, she couldn't let him escape without attempting that single strike. Not even her reputation as Inquisitor of Heresy was on the line. She still crossed swords with Battler, even though she knew it would fail. I knew. With your answer, Nox's 8th is not violated. Here it comes, no hard feelings. Come. In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red, a blade that etched out the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he created inside the mansion. A study, a library, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. It has already been shown, and it suggests there could have been blind spots somewhere within the room. Possibly, yes. Although, honestly, one-room apartments do exist. The presence of the bathroom means there's a possibility that she doesn't have line of sight on anything. Without mercy or without reluctance, this would have been dishonorable. The sword of red truth cut into Delanor. It cut a beautiful hemisphere through the countless gems of rain that filled the sky. Well done. Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. There was a soft thud. And a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second of Delanor crashing down. After crouching for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he jumped from the 3rd floor, he landed lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. Battler? Beato leaned out the study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler landed safely. Beato! Come! Jump! The windows our way out. Battler slicing down his own ally? I guess so. He's looking for truth. He's looking for absolute truth, but I don't really see how this helps him, as he's already had it confirmed in red that she's dead, but this is Peace Battler, who's kind of just not progressing us anywhere and making us sit on the concept of Kinzo being alive, which sucks for this game. The windows our way out. Jump. You aren't the kind of witch who could be locked up inside a closed room, right? The study was no longer a closed room. She could jump from here, escape from here, and by now the closed room that had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her had been destroyed. Yes.
Kinzo.
You too, Kinzo.
Ike. バトラーが答えを見せた時点で、わしの魂はすでにこの密室を逃れておる。
From the moment Battler showed his answer, my spirit had already escaped from this room. Kinzo's form became a gold cloud of butterflies and disappeared. The closed room barrier had dissolved and the power that denies magic had been scattered. Beato ran toward the window, the only exit from the closed room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Shiesra sisters and the subordinates of the Inquisitor of Heresy, she readied her wound-covered body and ran toward the window just like Battler had done. It looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll. There's no way we'll let you escape. Beatrice, illusion of the witch. Erika flew up Beato, trying to latch onto Beato as she dashed, but it was like trying to catch smoke and she landed face first on the floor. There's no way a human could catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Beato was impossible. Shoot the witch! Alignment conflict, unable to fire. Allow me to speak. I have no barrier prepared that can block Battler's blue truth. Both Shiesra and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices. No one can stop them? Not Battler? Not Kinzo? Not Beatrice? These guys managed to escape? Close through my theory? Well, that's not good. He's the kind of guy that when being carried by the team throws for the enemy team as spite for not being the one carrying. You've seen people did that before. I don't think I've actually seen many people actually do that. I've seen people who are like exceptionally bad, but I think it's pretty hard for me to come to the belief that they're actually intentionally feeding because they're not the one carrying in a game. It's like sometimes people are just genuinely atrocious or doing really badly. I don't know if I've seen that one though, but I have seen people. I have I have been, like, seeing someone caring and then some other idiot just somehow managing to, like, die so many times that someone who's, like, 6-0 early game in, like, League or some shit doesn't manage to carry. They're a rare breed, but they exist. And I am grateful to not remember encountering one. Alright, well, my closed room, my theory, if they escape, yeah. I'm the detective. Erika? Your defeat was foreshadowed by the fact that Battler knew more trivia about detective novels than you did, and thus magically acquired the ability to know everything about detective novels. And thus he's smarter than you. Erika crouched, screaming and clutching at her head. The Great Golden Witch isn't going to be defeated by something like this geezer's grubby study. It's still the first Twilight. I'll teach these newcomers your game isn't that easy. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's Meta Battler, not regular Battler. My bad. I thought they were at the second. I thought he was coming in at the second Twilight, but he's clearly stating. He's clearly simping for Beato here. And it's Meta Battler being here for some reason. All right. Yeah, cool, great. You do that. Lose the game, sure. Cool. Throw the whole round, sure. Go for it, dude. Alright, so just like Battler, Beato also flew. So, and there we go. He drifted down through the rain treasure box into Battler's chest. There's the bridal catch. There's the catch. Look at that, we got it. One hand behind her shoulder blades, the other hand, nobody can tell. But her legs are bending at a 90-degree turn, yeah. That's how we're going. It was like a knight catching a princess who'd been locked up in a tower. Like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Crap, I think I'm in love. Are all the Yoshiromiya family heads like this? If you were to write down the unprecedented feats of Yoshiromiya Kinzo, you'd probably have an uproarious tale longer than all the grimoires in the study put together. It seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it's already being written. It's already a very long tale. Imagine NJ seeing this. I know, right? He doesn't care for the fact that his whole family dies or if they stay dead. He just cares about Beato. Doesn't surprise me. Character's been indecisive since literally the first chapter about whether or not he wants to win. He clearly he's clearly just waffling around the whole time. So. The demons giggled on top of the roof holding umbrellas. They quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard. Not bad at all. I guess all your games toughened me up. In shock, Beato actually praised Battler as he held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way. This is impossible. Impossible. Erika looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching her head. Still holding Beato in his arms, Battler grinned back. Erika. What? I'm not giving the riddle of the Golden Witch to you. I'll solve it. That riddle belongs to the two of us. Right, Beato? Indeed. My riddle is Yo? When Battler laughed evilly, Beato's face turned an uncharacteristic red. But even so, she spoke while laughing loudly. My riddle is...
そうなった。
yours.
そうなっただけのものだ。後ろ身はバトラー。
Cool.
他の誰にも
I won't let
解
anyone
かせ
else
ては
solve
やら
it.
ぬ。
Listen to her saying something like that.
ふざけたこと言いやがって。
Battler snorted. Amused, Beato said something so out of character, and still holding Beato in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gems of rain celebrated their victory over this trial.
3階の窓から飛び降りて
He jumped from the third story, and he's alright.
飛び降りて密室を脱出
Jumped down and escaped from the closed room. Yep, that's fine. We already asked if exfiltrating via window was possible. We know he didn't, but that's not really important. It's ridiculous, this isn't reasoning. It's insane. If Battler had at least been seriously injured and writhing in the mud, Erika might have had some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim Kinzo couldn't have jumped with his old body unscathed, but Battler stood calmly in the courtyard looking up at Erika with the dignity of the victor. Everyone else one more time? It's impossible, right? There's no way you could jump from a third story and land unharmed. Battler just did it. Isn't that right, everyone? Kinzo at his age? Jumping from a third floor? Erika tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around. Nope. The responses were no different from that they'd been a short while ago.
Yeah, Kinzo-sanならありえますな。
Possible for Kinzo.
親父ならやりかねね。
Don't put it past father.
お父様だもの
This
ね。
is father.
武勇伝の王よ。
Plenty of crazy stories about him.
それくらいじゃ驚き
Wouldn't
もせん
surprise
で。
me in a bit. What? Kinzo is capable of doing anything that is physically possible. I mean, I would assume he could lock the doors too. Is there something wrong with your heads, your brains, people? How far is lethal fall height? Let's see. The median lethal distance for falls is 4 stories. But falls from more than 20 feet are usually severe. Half of all of them happen between 0 and 20 feet? 12 to 20 is a risk of severe injury. This guy's jumping, what, 16? This guy's jumping bare minimum of 16 feet, right? He's jumping like 20 plus. Because it's like, what? 8 or 12 feet is the story. How high is the story? Height 3 story? Like 3 stories is what, like... It's like what, like 30 feet? About 30 feet, you have to include floor and ceiling? But, or like two stories is like 20, yeah, that'd be pretty dangerous. It's possible. Wet mud probably helps. We haven't seen the floor of the courtyard. I believe there's like... I would assume the wet mud, that would be the best case assumption, is he lands in wet mud. And the worst case would be that he lands directly on concrete. Which would be, or goes even further, because I believe there is a stairwell in the courtyard that leads to the boiler room. He could land on the stairwell. That would be the worst case, because that would be concrete. It's even better when you come to some conclusion before Battler shows this off. Yeah, I think I talked about exfiltrating via the window during the first one, and they were just like, you can't do it. During the first time this room was brought up. And they were like, nah, you can't do that. I think they probably just used the window as an excuse, though. So I was like, you could probably climb down from a 3rd floor. I think it's better to just say he climbed down though. The climbing down seems difficult, but it's feasible to do. It's like possible, but it's very risky. Whereas I think like the odds are more than even that if you just jumped off of like the midway point of a 3rd-story building, you'd probably like break both your legs or seriously injure yourself with basically nothing in the form of padding. The average house has a floor of 10 to 12 feet. This is a mansion, which means... Oh, you're right. This mansion has a colossal entry hall. Oh, you're right. It's probably above 10 to 12 feet floor height. So we're looking at, like, what? Bare minimum first floor is what? Like, 12? Like, I'd say bare minimum 12. We could go with 16. He's falling... He's falling, like, 20, 30 feet easily. Like, he's already falling, like, 20 plus feet. He might be falling 30 feet. Because he's jumping from the windowsill. He's jumping from the window ledge unless he's he jumped from the ground, in which case he gave himself extra height anyway to get over it. So he's like... That's like waist height, so he's like adding 3 feet to the floorboard as well. Yeah, it's probably looking at like 30 feet. Yes, people jumping off 2nd floors are liable to seriously injure themselves. That's why, like, even falling off of, like, your standard 2-story... Falling off of the roof of, like, your standard 2-story house can injure you. Like, jumping off the roof of your standard, like, 2-story house, you know, the slanting kind, that's basically, like, falling, like, 15 feet, can seriously injure you. It's, like, really unlikely that you would ever survive this, but I would say, like, if they used climb down, it would be fine. You have so much faith in Kinzo, you didn't even think about him possibly dying before he came to the same conclusion as Battler? No. You would probably not survive those. It's an easy breaking of bones, the best force distribution. Yes. You're likely breaking a lot of bones, even if you land properly. Stunt people won't do 3-story. Some people don't usually do 3 stories into this, right? I think I haven't done any, I haven't seen any stuff from stunt people in a while. But I believe you can do this. I believe you can do, like, 3 stories. I believe you can do 3 stories into, like, specific landing, Pat. If you land very specifically. So I think I've seen 2 onto a car. 2 onto a car is doable. But yes. Just straight up jumping and landing on your legs would, like, destroy your legs. It's not happening, but that's not important. I think they can just rewrite this scene a little bit and say, you know, jumping is dramatic, but if you said, it's really risky and you could easily slip and injure yourself, but if you were to just open the window and, like, climb down... Stunned people have massive cushioning in very controlled environments. Yes, yes. Usually. But I'm saying, like, there are some cases where they do some risky stuff, including, like, descending, like, a story. Like, doing, like, 1-story jumps. It's doable. Like, that stuff's doable. 2 stories is really risky. I think 3 is, like, out of there. But let's just say for the sake of argument that instead of jumping and landing like Battler supposedly did on both feet, we go with the reasonable assumption that he climbed down. Based on the structure of the window outside, it looks like there's a small ledge. So he could maybe grab onto the windowsill, lower himself, reach down with his right arm, or use his legs to, like, push into the windows directly below him and brace himself that way, then lower himself down. Lower himself down to the ledge onto the next window, lower himself from, like, the indentation on that window, and just keep going. Climbing seems remotely possible. Rain would make it... Oh, I'm not saying it's not, like, absurdly hard, but, like, I think if you were a dedicated climber, you could do it in... Like, I think if you were a climber, you could do it in... Like you know, there's people who climb buildings. I think if you were a climber, you could climb this building. So I would say that's a... And I would say, while the rain adds, like, a massive difficulty modifier, you know... Let's not say, we never comment on whether or not Kinzo has, like, some really nice gloves or some shit. Like, who the fuck knows? He could maybe try some shit out. It'd be hard, but, like, it's in the realm of possibility, whereas like jumping and landing like 30, 40 feet straight down, it seems a little bit iffy. Like just jumping, no wire, no cloth, no nothing, like 40 feet down, 30, 40 feet down seems like really iffy. But hey, it's you know, we gave him an out. We gave them an out. There's always some things in stories, explanations for what's like feasible and what's not that they maybe didn't research enough, or just went with whatever. Like, it fits with the story enough.
At
any rate, it looks like your closed room argument wasn't perfect. This is probably extra irritating for Bernkastel because Bernkastel actually knows Kinzo's already dead and that she's basically just wasting her time arguing about Kinzo's death and trying to prove it so people move the fuck on. Did it answer to everything in this story? Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed there was nothing strange about Kinzo jumping from a third-floor window. Who in the world is this Kinzo person? A man who does nothing but roll 20s. I'll give you 60 points. Kinzo would have done it with a bit more flash in his younger days. It needs more tweaking. And how much should it be tweaked? Well... You might have jumped down with me in his arms. Got it. Next time I'll do it. Just you try. Report battler for intentional feeding. I'm sorry, this is a Japanese novel. They don't have GMs in Japanese isekai. So why would they have them here? I've read enough video game themed isekai to know that GMs and reasonable rules don't apply in games for the Japanese. It's like, man, this is absolutely absurd. Surely a GM would nope, all right. Beato's voice grew very faint and she gulped. In fact, it's actually pretty popular these days for basically GMs to not exist or to just be explicitly okay with whatever people do in their world, so... Report someone for intentionally feeding? Bro, that's not even the worst we've seen. I was actually just reading a story the other day about someone who, I shit you not, was literally camping like this, who had like an entire guild camping the starting zone and murdering people of his class until they quit playing the game. Like, imagine having that happen for 4 months and a GM doesn't do anything. Like, you start out at level 1, get brutally murdered, and they're just like, they keep doing that until you quit the game. And a GM's just like, this seems legit. It's like, oh, there isn't a single person in the world who has a character of this class, like, above 20. Well, everyone else is at, like, 60? No, seems fair. Seems fair. Let's go with that. Like, this is a good setting. I like this game. It's like, you roll this group of class. No, you roll this racer class, you just instantly die. 5 seconds into your gameplay until you quit. Okay, seems good. It's like the classic. It's the trope these days. But there are no rules in these games, even if it stretches the logic, or you're fighting against your own team. Oh. So her body crumbled away into a cloud of gold butterflies. So basically. We're gonna be stuck on Kinzo's existence for a while. Alright. That was because many people rushed up to the window and she was being bathed with gazes, filling her with anti-magic toxin. Beato's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So their eyes, it appeared that Battler was standing alone in the courtyard. Battler! Battler, are you okay? Looks like he's fine. Wait, he actually jumped? I thought that was just like imaginary shit. He actually jumped and landed like 30 feet straight down on his legs with no damage? Jesus Christ, alright, well. Okay. Don't try that one at home, kids. That will actually break your legs. In that case, for the benefit of the people in the study as well, deliver your final blow to me. He's built different, I guess so. In that case, can I say that for the third mystery, we didn't need another person, because Ava could just go supersonic. She could, like, pull a flash on them. He looks to the left for 1 second, boom, dead, instantly rushes back. Or does, like, a, we can call superhuman stuff, so let's do that. Alright, Ava didn't participate in that murder, sorry. Ava's after image participated in the murder. Yeah, damn, I'm solving shit. Just be superhuman. We can just add superpowers to anyone we want at any point. That seems crazy. It actually was said that Ava didn't do that, though, so don't use that as an argument. Like, alright, we'll just add superpowers. It's like, how did you escape off this cliff with the rocks certainly below? Well, you see, it's only 6 miles straight down. You'll be fine. Yeah, like I said, just go with the climbing explanation. Go with the climbing explanation. It works way better. In that case, for the benefit of those in the study as well, deliver your final blow to me. Use your final blue truth to show how Kinzo escaped from the closed room of that study. There was no pain in Delanor's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. However, she was only barely able to rise to her feet using her longsword as a crutch, so it was easy to guess at how heavily she had been damaged. It is moderately annoying that the story is like stalling out at Kinzo being alive at this arc. But whatever, it is this author's way to only solve one thing per chapter and make us read through the rest unsolved. Alright. Despite her lack of expression, you could tell this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Delanor turned to face each other. Here we go. Come. As though readying herself, Delanor quietly closed her eyes, but she still stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. My blue truth. The blue powder gathered. Battler slowly approached Delanor. Then he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth. Shiromiya Kinzo escaped from the study through the window. When out Natsuhi couldn't see him. Natsuhi didn't notice and locked the window. I mean, this entire argument and scene from Battler seems like a complete farce, because Battler should be aware that in the previous games and in all of them, Beatrice has already ruled that Kinzo was dead from before the start of all the games, and therefore couldn't do anything. But somehow we're having this scene, which is kind of lame. Like, okay, well, we're doing the same thing we've already done. Like, really, game? But whatever. I guess it's fair to say that, like, she fails to. I guess it's fair to say Erika could fail to prove to everyone else that that Kinzo was already dead because her evidence is based on previous games. Right? It's like if you go in, if you join a looping scenario. If you join a looping scenario, your knowledge of the previous loops might help you solve the problem faster, but it doesn't mean other people will believe you faster because you may not have sufficient evidence to demonstrate that in front of them. That's probably like the way this goes. So like, if you wanted to, you could also just assume something else. Or the heck is Lambda Delta? Lambda Delta's puppeting everyone who isn't one of the main player's pieces. So basically, she is amusingly enough she is Natsuhi, she's Natsuhi, she's Hideyoshi. I don't know if she's Burncat. I don't know if she's Beatrice. But she's probably laughing her ass off now because Battler is stalling so hard. In this way, Natsuhi saw grandfather go to bed. Okay. Kinzo escaped from the study window and Natsuhi couldn't see him. Natsuhi didn't notice and locked the window. In this way, Natsuhi saw grandfather go to bed. Grandfather was able to escape from the study without contradicting the lock of the window or the door sealed by the receipt. The worst thing about this is that she didn't ask if she closed the window. That would have been like the most straightforward thing to do, is be like, oh, sorry, did you close the window? Did you close the window while you were in the study? And she's like, no, I didn't touch the window. And you're like, ah, you're fucked. Instead, he comes up with a solution to help her escape, which is the fucking dumbest thing on the planet. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, the easiest thing to do would just be like, It's like he's just like intentionally throwing the game for no reason. But oh well. It's like all he had to do was be like, well, Natsuhi, did you open the window? Did you close the window anytime while you were in here? No? Okay, well, I'm going with her, but instead he's just like, nope, I can use this and tell Natsuhi to never answer in the affirmative to whether or not she closed the window. Or to lie that she closed the window, making things really pointless. But it's fine. Alright, so grandfather is able to escape from the study without contradicting the lock of the window or the door sealed by the receipt. I've demonstrated it's physically possible for him to escape. Well, how about... Okay, actually, I don't know how this is or how this is going in meta or real world. I guess he's actually on the bottom floor now. Can she just turn to Natsuhi and be like, did you lock the window? Did you close the window? Did you close an open window last night? Assuming she would answer truthfully. I mean, not that she will, but you know. A little late for that now. Battler's basically gone on a large rant instead of asking a simple question. Because he exists for the sole purpose of simping for Beatrice. That would have been like the easiest thing. Battler throw. A football with wings flying from a window. Not bad, not bad. It's possible for him to escape. This battle is over. The blue wedge flashed the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning, roaring down towards Delanor's forehead as she stared up at the sky. Alas, we missed exactly one question we could have asked someone. Bit unfortunate. Would have been nice to just ask a simple question before we told them exactly how they could win. Because our character's a fucking idiot, but oh well. Beato's game isn't forgiving. It's doubtful whether the classic patterns of the mystery genre even work here. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but you ought to be a bit more flexible in your thinking. A massive blue wedge that looked like a pillar was above Delanor's forehead and stopped with its tip slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped his fingers, the wedge shattered and became a shower of translucent gems. No drops of rain poured over the courtyard. Delanor sat down in a dazed sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ashiromiya family headship faced the people staring down from the study and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Beato's in my game. Welcome, Furuto Erika. How interesting is Ashiromiya battle era? Good, it's really good. I'll chew it to bits. I'll chew it to bits, this really is. This is just another closed room he's solved? What do you mean solved? The easiest thing to do would be to just walk up to Natsuhi and ask if she locked the window last night. Instead of doing that, he walks up to it and is like, I'm gonna make you an answer that they can't solve. Just never say that you closed the window, okay? And he turns around and gives this explanation. Like, that's basically how he did things. He walked up to her, tells her to do that, because Battler doesn't want to win. He turns around, says that, and he's like, okay, just never answer in the affirmative that you closed the window. And then he makes this claim. That's all he has to do. Because we know Battler doesn't actually want to try to, like, accomplish anything. He's playing for both teams, basically wasting time because he wants to jerk off to Beatrice or some shit. So is it a solved room? I don't know. Probably not. It's probably not it's probably a closed room because he doesn't exist. But he's fabricating an answer he's fabricating an answer for her by by telling people what to say, which is kind of lame, but whatever. It's like, alright, we can make up lies too, sure. Because all the red truths, all of the red truths that were used on Bern Castell's side here were all things that were like stated by other people. And she had to use them as they were like acknowledged things by other people. So in this case, she wouldn't be able to use the red truth that like Natsuhi didn't close a window because she doesn't know that. so Battler can do this one, because all you have to do is walk up to Natsuhi and tell her, I got a solution for you. Just say you never closed the window. Just say you closed a window. That's all you have to do. And she's like, oh yeah, sure, I closed a window. Like, whatever. Easy win. Easy win. Convince someone to lie and tell them to escape. Because of course, Battler can't decide. I don't know if it's more his simping for Beatrice or the fact that he still can't decide if witches are real or his family has a murderer among them. But he's still waffling, and we're 5 chapters in, so who the fuck knows? Alright, you'll chew it to bits the riddle witch all the way to its guts, but still alive? Right. Beto and Battler look calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain her evil laugh. Mm-hmm. This is good stuff. Erika, that was so lame. My apologies. That look on your face. It's so laughable. I'd like to smash and put a frame around it. Devil is so pathetic. Bathed in the sneers of Burn Castella being who's like a mother to her, Erika was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces. Someday I'll definitely. Definitely. I'll definitely. Yep, sure.
この謎は俺たちの謎だ。
That's the riddlers ours. Now, in theory, Battler's not supposed to be here until the second is Battler's not supposed to theoretically be here until the second Twilight, right? I'm not quite sure. Is Battler actually in the game yet? I think he's supposed to still be out of the game. Right? Like Battler, this is supposed to be Peace Battler, but this is Peace Battler who's now also Meta Battler at the same time because he's able to interact on a meta level, which is a bit unusual because we haven't seen Battler do that before. Peace Battler can now interact on a meta level and has all meta knowledge, which is very unclear. Like, why does Peace Battler have meta knowledge that only Battler has and only now? Which makes me think Peace Battler's a fucking idiot. We're 5 games in, you dumb fuck, and you have all the knowledge of all the pieces and every previous run, and you didn't do shit? What the fuck? I feel like that's a huge plot hole now that they've said Peace Battler actually knows everything. What do you mean you don't think so? Peace Battler has his love of Beatrice from the previous games. From the previous rounds, he has his love of Beatrice. He has the ability to interact on the meta level. He has the ability to comment on things that happened from the previous rounds. That seems like a huge hole in the story if Peace Battler is suddenly gaining this information but never acted on it before. Like, the personality of this current Battler that's like going super hard for Beatrice is not the personality of any of the other ones. If you recall, in the first chapter, he fucking hates Beatrice and refuses to acknowledge the existence of witches. Meanwhile, this Battler... Okay, if there's a whole minute. Okay, first one. He refuses to acknowledge the existence of witches to the point that he fucking refuses it when she's literally right the fuck in front of him. He's like, witches aren't real, and that's how we get this shit started in the first place. Like, he gets fucking murdered by a witch. This is Peace Battler. This is Peace Battler, okay? And then this Peace Battler is using his knowledge and experiences from the previous guys, including his newfound love of Beatrice that only happened in the 4th one. So he's in love with Beatrice in this round, but he's never been in love with her before. Where does he get this love of Beatrice from? Why is he screaming at Erika about their game? How can Peace Battler scream to Erika about Burn Castell's game if he doesn't have the knowledge of the meta? And this is the actual Peace Battler here, right? So it seems like he actually knows Peace. Maybe we're confusing me. Meta Battler hasn't commented yet. He hasn't commented this whole time. Peace Battler came up to the meta level briefly and was involved in some of the meta discussion with this version of like Beatrice and stuff. But like, it doesn't make sense to me that Peace Battler is suddenly in love with Beatrice and remembers a promise and remembers the Beatrice's promise to like fight alongside him again. Like, he's never spoken to her before. He doesn't even know she exists, and he refused to believe she exists, but suddenly he does, which is inconsistent. But it's fine, whatever. Like, that's why I was like momentarily confused when I was seeing this scene, because it seems like I thought Meta Battler wasn't here, but this is like Meta Battler decisions and Meta Battler personality. So I was thinking like he was there, but then I'm like, he's not supposed to be here till Second Twilight. Did he intervene? I'm a little bit confused. But whatever. I mean, it's either if it's supposed to be still Peace Battler, we'll find out later if it's supposed to be Peace Battler. If it's Peace Battler, it's a plot hole. And if it's Meta Battler, then it's just like whatever. Okay, sure. If it's Meta Battler, then whatever. Who cares? All right, the riddle is ours. I won't let anyone get in the way. Beatrice. Cool. A weird ending to the chapter, but hey, like I think it's perfectly fine to say that it's perfectly fine to say that Erika was unable to prove unable to prove that Kinzo was dead based on the information she had at hand. That's fine. Like the how we got there in Battler's personality is really weird, but the result is kind of like something that's believable, where you can be like, okay, did he jump? No, he found another way. Like, that's fine. And it's like fine. Like, you're operating under meta. You, the reader, are operating under meta assumptions, like the fact that you know Kinzo is already dead, but Kinzo is not necessarily already dead to these people, so you have to prove it for them, right? Alright. Well, now I think is the appropriate time to wrap things up for real. We'll have to find out what happens next. And which battler is which next time.